over here, just so that you can see lots of Indian journalists, not lots actually, much less than what we usually have, but waiting around for this to actually take place. This is at the Hotel Royal, where in Evian, where these talks are taking place. I'm going to pan my camera back once again as we wait for the next little while before these talks, before those doors open. Before those doors open and we are able to actually get inside. But I think Tara was mentioning some important points, and one needs to be realistic about how one looks at the entire India-US relationship. One cannot just look at it from rose-tinted glasses. I think that's a realistic perspective, but I do believe that one shouldn't lose sight of the overall broader geostrategic importance of this relationship. The technology relationship, the defense relationship, the broader concerns that India has over China, those aren't going to go away. Resilient supply chains, the high-tech transfer, the entire space program, and of course the free trade agreement between the two countries, which is quite close, as I understand it, from being signed. So that's the overall picture. So the differences which exist, and I'm by no means trying to downplay the differences. In fact, I believe they're substantive, but it needs to be seen in the context of the overall relationship is what I would suggest.
All right, Vishnu continues to bring us live updates from that big Trump-Modi meeting. Anytime now, we will be getting those visuals of the bilateral, and hopefully there will be introductory remarks by both these leaders. Remember, viewers, this is a meeting that's happening 16 months after the last meeting took place, first time after Operation Sindoor, and the first time after the West Asia crisis. These are live visuals coming from that very room where that big meeting will be taking place. But let's bring in Daniel Block also on this. Daniel, it hasn't been easy the last 1 year. The tariffs that were imposed twice, and then an intent to a trade agreement that was signed, and there's a joint statement that came in early this year, but there's been a significant delay. Sergio Gore says the last 1% is left, and perhaps by next month there could be a possibility of a trade deal. But will it be a fine road, or do you think that roughness, particularly Pakistan and other security related issues, will continue to be in the backdrop?
I think it's going to be a somewhat rough road ahead, in part because of the past that you just outlined. I think it's a really interesting trajectory to follow. When Modi and Trump began their relationship during Trump's second term, there was a lot of hope because the two were thought to have a strong personal relationship. So it was thought that the two would be able to kind of pick up where they left off after Trump's first term and continue to grow relations, continue to strengthen the India-US relationship in a way that's really been going on since George Bush's administration. But that's not what happened. Instead, we saw egos get in the way. We saw Trump's love for tariffs really kind of clash. And Trump remains a rather mercurial and unpredictable US leader.
Indeed.
And so I think when you add all those things together, and again, when you add up the strong personalities that are going on here, it's hard for me to imagine that we're going to finally get a kind of smooth meeting and deal that resolves all these problems once and for all. Because as you noted, there's many. We obviously have trade as a major problem, but there's also concerns over the U.S. relationship with Pakistan and India.
Absolutely.
There's also, concerns over the United States' behavior in West Asia and the effect that that's had on India's energy markets, the effect that it's now had on Indian sailors. And so again, I think
Yes.
there's too many issues at hand, and the personalities are too big and have been
I'll take
clashing
Vishnu
for
next.
too long for this to be resolved smoothly. That's not to say that they can't make significant progress. That's not to say that they can't bury many hatchets, but I would still predict a rather rough road ahead.
Before we get in Vishnu, because he's standing just exactly at the spot, very near that spot where that meeting is going to take place very shortly. Shishir Priyadarshi, I want to bring you in on the fact in terms of expectations. There's lots on the table. There's a lot that has happened in the last 16 months, but there's also a set of tempered expectations that we should have from this meeting. Your expectations from what can happen, because there are a bunch of issues and not all are likely to come up in a single bilateral 16 months later.
Before that, let me say that I totally agree with what the two previous speakers said. It's a rough road ahead. There are a lot of pinpricks, but not only managing the expectations as far as the meeting coming up in the next few minutes is concerned, But I'll say something more important. It's the way we manage our differences. And let me give you one small example, and I know it's always not easy to replicate what you do bilaterally with one country with the other. With the European Union, we have strong differences on our approach to the Russia-Ukraine war. Strong differences. And yet, to some extent, we put them aside, and we've very successfully negotiated India-EU very comprehensive FTA. Now, if you look at the United States, I think this is really what's going to matter. How do we manage the differences? And at the moment, again, you're absolutely right. If you start looking for it, the pinpricks or the divergences are much more. And that is why your question is so important. If all of us feel that this meeting that's going to take place will sort out all issues, very, very unlikely.
Right.
But we will probably have to highlight the positives. Look, one positive is immediate. One positive is the two leaders haven't met for 16 months and are meeting now. Second positive, especially if you look at the way President Trump was meeting or actually ignoring some of the other people in the room yesterday, second positive. The third would really be on how the two leaders themselves then project the outcomes of this meeting. You know, that's very important. If you recall, our External Affairs Minister and Mark Rubio had an exchange a few days ago, but both projected it somewhat differently, and the differences again came out in the forefront even more. So I think the real crux, and a lot of that will have to be done by the people surrounding these two leaders, who are mercurial, is to ensure that the positives are highlighted. So management of expectations. And one word on that I would really like to say, you know, I spoke about what I would love to call the layer one, the economic, or let's even call it the layer two, the geopolitics being the first layer, the second layer being all the economic issues. But if we can focus on what I would love to say is layer three, the issues of the future. Vishnu keeps talking about technology. You know, you look at a lot of the issues of the future, let's build our present with the expectation of the future.
Well, very well summed up there, Shishir. Let's get in Daniel Block again on this. You know, Daniel, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said something very interesting last evening at the G7. He raised the issue of the freedom of navigation at the Strait of Hormuz. He also said that we need to ensure the safety and security of seafarers, not just the Indian seafarers, any seafarer, and there shouldn't be an attack on any kind of commercial vessels, ships, or oil tankers in the area. But to the contrary, over the last few months, we've seen first Iran and then US Navy targeting several of such commercial ships. Now that it's likely that an MOU will be there, although Trump did indicate with a renewed threat that bombs could go off if Iran does not behave. How do you see the future of the Strait of Hormuz? Do you think this kind of a roughness or the kind of attacks that we have seen and the threats will only continue?
So I want to caveat my prediction by saying that when you're dealing with Trump, anything is possible because of the mercurial nature of him that we've been talking about. So the risk of renewed war between Iran and the United States, the risk of renewed blockades around Iran, or we've seen the United States blockade Venezuela, that's going to remain, I think, a continual threat. That said, I do think that the MOU will stick around and last, and that we're going to have more open commerce through the Strait of Hormuz. And I think the reason for that, honestly, probably has less to do with Trump's belief that freedom of navigation is inherently an important principle. I think it probably has more to do with raw self-interest, where Trump does not like the consequences of the breakdown of freedom of navigation. He has seen what that has meant for gas prices in the United States. He's seen the effect that's had on his political fortunes, namely on his approval ratings and on the Republican Party's political fortunes as we approach the midterm elections here. And so I think for that reason, he wants to see oil and energy flow freely again. And I think that that might be the main factor that will keep him in check and that will hopefully keep ships flowing freely out of the Strait of Hormuz going forward. So that's, I think that's my sense. But again, things can be chaotic and things can change.
Well, when it comes to Trump, you can never predict. Every morning you wake up with a new twist and turn, and that's how the India-US ties have been over the last 1 year or so. There have been various twists and turns from the tariffs to the Pakistan equation chaining dynamically. But what do we expect from this bilateral? Of course, the previous panelist spoke about the management of expectations. Maybe there is much more in the public, but there's outrage also with the 3 Indian seafarers killed. Here's a special package from NDTV. I request my guests to stay on. We bring in a special report on what to expect and why this meeting is significant.
The last time these two leaders met, it wasn't just diplomacy that made headlines. It was the chemistry. Donald Trump pulling out a chair for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a small gesture that became the defining image of their White House meeting. "16 months later, the two leaders have met again. There was another handshake, another warm greeting, but beyond the smiles, beyond the optics, all eyes are now on the bilateral. Because this meeting isn't just about optics, it's about outcomes. Here's why this meeting matters. First, this is the first Modi-Trump bilateral since Operation Sindoor, making it a politically significant reset. 2, it comes as West Asia remains in flux, with maritime security and energy routes back at the center of global attention. And 3, it's also an opportunity to review the India-United States strategic partnership from defense to technology to economic cooperation. But even after the recent disagreements, Trump struck a positive note just weeks ago, saying differences could be resolved. Because in his words, he likes Prime Minister Modi a lot.
We'll get to a deal, because I like your Prime Minister a lot. He's a good friend of mine. Get along great, and we're going to make a deal. We have a very good relationship.
But diplomacy isn't driven by chemistry alone. Behind every warm handshake lie difficult conversations. Here are 3 issues that could feature in the talks. First, security in and around the Strait of Hormuz and the safety of commercial shipping. For India, energy security and the safety of Indian interests in the region are key concerns. Trade deal. Trade remains unfinished business. Tariff disputes, market access, and the push for an interim trade agreement could dominate the economic agenda. And lastly, the crisis in West Asia, regional stability, counter-terror cooperation, and the broader strategic picture are all expected to feature prominently in the talks. So what will this meeting deliver? Can old chemistry bridge new challenges? Can personal rapport translate into strategic gains? The next 24 hours will tell. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Breaking news coming in from the G7. EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen hails Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I quote, and what she has said, "It is a pleasure to meet again so soon. Since we have conducted the mother of all trade deals, we have been moving fast to deliver on our commitments. We will sign the free trade agreement by the end of the year and accelerate work on an investment agreement. We will also set up security and defense cooperation and join forces for the better connectivity by advancing IMEC, the India-Middle East-Europe corridor." Gauri Dwivedi joins us on this big development. Strategically speaking, it's a huge development. Vishnu Som also joins us live. Vishnu, a big statement coming in from the EU Commission President. One, she confirming that India-EU FTA will be signed. There will be a political clearance by the end of the year. And second, a renewed push to IMEC, the India-Middle East-Europe corridor.
That's absolutely huge. But Aditya, I'll take that question on a free trade agreement between India and the European Union in a moment now. But I'll just step back and just point out that this is the room where President Trump and Prime Minister Modi will be meeting in a little while from now. We expect the media to actually come in a little while. To your question on the importance of a free trade agreement between India and the European Union, what Ursula von der Leyen has been speaking about, it is absolutely critical. Because if you took a look at it, it's not just India and the EU. There's talk now of a free trade agreement between India and the United States. And the US ambassador seems to have indicated that it's very close to being signed. So we do expect work on that to take place within days, and hopefully that's going to be operationalized very soon from now. There are also some other important free trade agreements which may be coming about. We already have one with the United Kingdom. And there is a sense that in a finite period of time, there would be one with Canada as well. But over here in India, the G7, the big focus is meeting between Prime Minister Modi and the US President. There is a great deal of opportunity in terms of the relationship that there are concerns as well. Just a couple of days back, just to remind our viewers, there were 3 Indian sailors who were killed in the Strait of Hormuz. There was a lot of concern over that back home because this is done by US states. There was a call between the Secretary of State and the Foreign Minister as well. They addressed that. So is that something that's going to come up in talks over here? What about the entire issue of sanctions and India's continued import of Russian oil? Remember, that sanction was placed on hold when the war in West Asia. The big question now is that is it going to be reimposed? And if it does, where does that take in relationship between India and the United States? And these are a couple of concerns, but as I've been stating over and over again, technology, absolutely critical. The overall trade agreement, critical. The strategic alliance, critical. The defense relationship, the joint exercises, these are all good things. But I would suggest that there is one more concern, the entire issue of green cards. With Indian professionals in the United States who are there on an H-1B visa, they'll have to come back now to India to apply for the green card process. I spoke to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, about this in Italy some time back, and in his interview, he said, look, we aren't sort of just pointing this at India. India applies to all countries across the world. So is the glass half empty or is the glass half full? That's a question that needs to be asked. But one way or the other, I think in the next half an hour or so, or 1 hour from now, we'll get a clear idea of where the relationship is.
Vishnu Som bringing us a live report from the venue of the meeting between Modi and Trump at the G7 in France. And here, India's best strategic affairs team gets you the latest with Gauri Dwivedi and Vishnu Som and a special panel of guests as well. Gauri, a very significant statement coming in from Ursula, signifying that the India-EU FTA is on cards. We did not have a date, but she is mentioning by the end of the year there will be signatures on it. We yesterday had the Canadian Prime Minister also speak about the comprehensive bilateral treaty, and Prime Minister Modi likely visiting Canada by December. Why do you think there is this fresh momentum where several countries want to indulge in more trade, more commerce with India as a trusted partner?
In fact, when it comes to global trade, it actually looks and is very clear that all roads lead to New Delhi. Even where Vishnu is standing, where that meeting is going to start in a couple of minutes, a conversation is likely to focus on trade as well. So when it comes to trade, when it comes to global economy, plugging into the Indian economy for all major economies, that is really the big focus. Now, India and EU did conclude the talks this year after a very, very long gap. Now, but look at it from this way. No other country has actually been able to conclude 5 trade talks in just 1 year, whether it's EU, whether it's UK, whether it's Oman, whether it's New Zealand. And with US also, we have a broad understanding. The nuts and bolts are yet to be identified, but that broad understanding has been in place. So as things stand right now, you have India growing at 7.7% right now. No other country in the world is growing at that pace. India offers a phenomenal market to all these countries, which is why trade is essentially the big dominating factor of these conversations that are unfolding at the G7. And that is likely to, in fact, take place at that bilateral also that, is going to start in a couple of minutes where Vishnu is standing. So, Aditya, trade is really the overarching feature of the G7 summit, apart from, of course, other things, which includes the conflict in Iran as well.
Well, Vishnu also continues to join us live from the venue. Vishnu, any kind of details that you could share? Do you get a sneak peek inside that room where the meeting is taking place? And I believe Sergio Gore is also there. Did you get time to speak with him?
Yes, I did, very briefly. He said it was going to be a positive sort of meeting between the two leaders. He didn't say very much more. He said that to a few of us, I asked him, and that seemed to indicate. So we're going to have to wait and see what takes place. Mr. Gore was just seated a little distance away from me, and I can't seem to spot him right now. But I expect him to have gone inside, and I expect him to be in the room behind me, which is where the talks will be taking place in a little period of time. Now, we've been told that we're going to have to wait it out. If you thought that New Delhi is hot, then I can't say that Evian is as hot as New Delhi, but I can certainly say it's extremely hot. I was using a mobile phone, a smartphone just before this that overheated. I had to switch it off, change devices. But it is extremely hot over here. And I would hope that the temperature in the conversation between the president and the prime minister isn't hot. It's sort of kept tepid, if not cool, because we do really want this relationship to work. It comes at a time when there has been so much around the world, so many things which have been referred to over here in the G7. For example, the war between Russia and Ukraine that continues so many years down the Rhine, the changed equation between Europe and the United States. That's another big international concern. And the biggest issue of them all is the issue of the war in West Asia right now. Will there be a peace agreement? Not an agreement, but will the contours of a peace agreement be agreed upon between Iran and the United States when they meet in Lucerne in Switzerland? So that's going to take place on Friday. I'll be covering that as well, I hope. That's what we need to wait and see. Now, Donald Trump, when he did speak some time back, approximately an hour and a half back, I would say, was absolutely clear that as far as he is concerned, there is no option for the Iranians, and that he would drop bombs right in the middle of the head of the head of the Iranians. Those were his words. If there wasn't some sort of a broader agreement or a deal, as he referred to it, this Friday. So we're going to have to wait and see what takes place. I'm told we can move right now. Right. So just sort of getting set for that to take place. I'm just going to flip my camera in and see if I can actually bring you shots as we start moving in anytime now. Or are we just going to continue waiting for a while more? So it's unclear right now what exactly it is, but let's see what eventually takes place over here. As I try and flip my screen. All right, well, there we go again. Yeah.
All right, we do hope you are allowed to get inside that room to catch that introductory remark from Prime Minister Modi and US President. And you mentioned about the global warming, the temperatures rising on your phone. One would have expected climate change and global warming being discussed also, but doesn't seem like G7 or, in fact, US President has that top of the agenda. But the last 16 months have nothing been short of a roller coaster ride for India-US ties, from handshakes at the White House to tariffs and trade disputes, from praise and promises to sharp public remarks and political friction. These 16 months have been marked by sharp highs and equally sharp lows. And now the two countries are making another attempt at a reset, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India and US President Donald Trump set to hold bilateral talks. Will these talks put one of the world's most consequential relationships firmly back on track? Or will existing issues derail it once again? Here's our special report on NDTV on the last 16 months of twists, turns, and the road ahead.
Just weeks after Donald Trump returned to the White House, Prime Minister Modi became one of the first world leaders to visit Washington. The meeting projected warmth, strategic convergence, and renewed political chemistry between the two leaders.
जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं, यानी मागा प्लस मीगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी.
The relationship soon faced its first major diplomatic test after the India-Pakistan military confrontation. While Washington claimed it had helped broker a ceasefire, New Delhi strongly pushed back against the narrative.
पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी. प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा. इस विषय पर भारत में पूर्ण रूप से राजनीतिक एकमत है.
Trade negotiations continued through summer, but agriculture remained one of the biggest sticking points. India held firm on opening its dairy market despite sustained pressure from Washington.
अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है. भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा।
Fresh tensions surfaced after India's continued purchases of discounted Russian crude came under renewed scrutiny in Washington. The Trump administration followed up by announcing a 25% reciprocal tariff on several Indian exports. Another flashpoint emerged when the United States unveiled tougher immigration measures, including a steep increase in fees linked to H-1B visas. The proposal raised concerns among Indian technology firms, skilled professionals, and industry bodies who warned it could significantly raise hiring costs and impact talent mobility. Political rhetoric further complicated ties after President Trump described India as a dead economy during a public address, triggering sharp political reactions. Indian officials avoided an immediate public escalation, but the remarks generated widespread debate over the future direction of the bilateral relationship. Despite months of friction, negotiators returned to the table and worked towards easing trade tensions. Both governments agreed to lower reciprocal duties from 25% to 18%, signaling that dialogue remained the preferred path despite persistent disagreements. Another diplomatic controversy erupted after President Trump amplified a social media post referring to India in derogatory terms. India's Ministry of External Affairs termed the remarks inappropriate, while stressing that bilateral engagement would continue through established diplomatic channels. In a significant diplomatic outreach, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio traveled to India for high-level discussions. The visit was widely seen as an effort to stabilize a relationship that had witnessed repeated turbulence. In a surprise move, Donald Trump personally called US Ambassador Sergio Gore during the celebrations in New Delhi and lavished praise on India and Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
I love the Prime Minister. Modi is great. He's my friend. I've been closer to India, and India can count on me 100% and our country.
The last 16 months have tested the resilience of one of the world's most consequential partnerships. The latest reset has reopened channels of dialogue, but whether it delivers lasting breakthroughs on trade, technology, defense and geopolitics, or merely postpones the next flashpoint will define the next chapter in the India-US relations. Bureau Report, NDTV World.
All right. I'm going to come to Shishir Priyadarshi in just a bit about the trade aspect. But let me first get in Vishnu Som. He is standing where this story is unfolding, literally. Vishnu, one of the key aspects of this discussion of the bilateral is, of course, the key backdrop in which it is taking place. The death of 3 Indian seafarers, something that Prime Minister Modi also made a mention of yesterday. Apart from the fact that the conflict, which is ended, that 60-day memorandum is now going to be signed in Geneva. Are some of those aspects, global headwinds, likely to dominate the bilateral meeting? Any sense that you're getting?
Well, I certainly think that there's going to be reference to the situation in West Asia, and the Prime Minister is among so many international leaders who said that he welcomes any end to the conflict. But I do believe that this is the relationship where they're going to be talking about bilateral issues. I do believe that the trade deal between the two sides and the fact that it is headed in a positive direction is going to be first. The Prime Minister did refer to what we were talking about yesterday, but in a more international context when he criticized the deaths, the attacks on sailors, mariners in different parts of the world and international waters. So would that come up directly or not? Or would it come up indirectly? That's something that we're going to have to wait and see. And of course, the entire issue of oil and potential resumption of sanctions for India's import of Russian oil. Now, those are just 3 things that we do know about. I think at this juncture, as we assess the broader India-US relationship, there may be a sense in New Delhi that we need to keep things going. We don't want to necessarily antagonize the United States. We understand that there is volatility in that relationship but any perspective on the relationship needs to be looked at from a very long-term standpoint. And therefore, given the progress that has been made over successive governments in the United States and here in India, I think there is an effort to ensure that there is nothing that happens which derails the relationship. Resilient supply chains, semiconductor supply, space, healthcare, education. We don't talk about education enough, but
Yes.
people-to-people contacts that at one level bedrock this entire relationship. I believe that these are things that the government would be looking at very, very closely before getting into any potentially adversarial conversation between our Prime Minister and President Modi. Is that to suggest that the issues, for example, of sailors is not important? Absolutely not. It's absolutely critical. Would India be unhappy if there is a resumption of sanctions? Absolutely, we'd be unhappy. But we're going to have to wait and see what really happens. Are there any takeaways at all? Because it could be. And Shishir ji bailed me out on this. We shouldn't necessarily expect a breakaway from what is a breakthrough in anything here in Evian. It just could be a meeting of two leaders. Shishir ji, would you agree?
Absolutely. I mean, word to word. Look, the point really should be that both leaders emerging, smiling and saying we are on track would be the biggest positive signal. You know, the US trade representative is scheduled to come to India next week or just a few days later. And I think this will be the biggest momentum to try and close a deal. But Vishnu, one other thing, you know, as long as both sides continue to look as a trade deal as an opportunity or the opening of an opportunity to buy more from each other, there's going to be a bit of a problem. I have a feeling, and I don't know whether we are thinking along those lines yet or not, let's start thinking about manufacturing together. Because, you know, trade certainly creates opportunities, but investment is what creates long-term relationships. And I think India and the US certainly need both. And if we can have trade and followed up with investment, we certainly are on the right path. But one other thing which I think is now coming back, and that's why it's important that we have those 5 or 6 deals under the belt, there is a broad recognition globally of India's red lines. You know, we continuously talked about agriculture and dairy, starting from our Commerce Minister, but much more frequently now by the Prime Minister himself. But at the same time, and here I'll go back to a bit of my WTO experience, India must also realize that the US would also like to go back and sell it as a big victory. Just like President Trump was talking about the deal with Iran that's on the table. So both sides need things to go back to the domestic constituency and say it was a big deal. But yes, we are on the right track if both leaders come out smiling.
All right, we are, these are live broadcast, a special broadcast of NDTV that continues. Vishnu Som joins us from that venue of the G7 where that meeting between Trump and Modi is about to happen. Gauri Dwivedi also with me. This live broadcast will continue, but we are heading for a short break. News on this and the live special broadcast continues. Don't go anywhere.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
NDTV tops the Reuters Institute India Reach Rankings again. #1 in offline and online news reach. For the 6th year in a row, audiences continue to choose NDTV across television and digital. NDTV, trusted across every screen.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Landed in the beautiful state of Andhra Pradesh, which has no shortage of its own superstars, and that's why it's our pleasure to be joined today on NDTV by Pawan Kalyan, the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Good to have you, sir. You were recently denied permission, sir, on Telangana Formation Day.
I think somehow they're scared. Otherwise, there is no need for them to deny permission.
Is the India bloc, up on its last legs?
I had seen in my family, they were very strong supporters of Congress. As long Indira Gandhi was, even to an extent Rajiv Gandhi was there, they could slowly, but the disconnect started because of their policies. I really expected some kind of a greater understanding when this man, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, if I go and meet people, that gives me a very greater understanding, greater depth. But I felt after walking from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, and the way he understood, then I said he has become more shallow.
It was genuinely a first day, first show kind of perfect political storm for Vijay. What went through your mind when you saw it unfold?
I came into politics in 2007, and from then...
2 decades.
2 decades.
Yeah, amazing.
And it was a tough journey for me, and sometimes I felt like giving up, sometimes I feel like, why the hell I was in politics. I wish I could have such kind of smooth journey like Mr. Vijay. In that way I said, okay, I was envious.
Yeah. You have a good relationship with the BJP and especially with Prime Minister Modi.
This man is the future of our country, and we need it.
From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
Now watching NDTV 24/7, the hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challenges in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact.
Padmaja Joshi, managing editor and primetime anchor.
Then news has influence. The buck stops here with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge validation, very rewarding, and I'm pretty certain that Team NDTV will go from strength to strength.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5 only on NDTV 24/7.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
The focus of the world over the next several days is going to be on Switzerland and France. France because of the G7 summit. That's where Prime Minister Modi meets the US President. It's been a testy relationship of late, but there's a real sense that both sides want to fix it. But it's here in Geneva, Switzerland, where I am right now, that on Friday there is an expectation that the war in West Asia may indeed come to an end. Will Iran and America sign on to that declaration that can change the lives of billions across the world?
This is the show where we bring you all the hot and happenings from the world of entertainment and lifestyle.
Really?
Fashion that made you gag. Films that made you fangirl. Art that made it to the gram, and trends that kept us with the program. Hello and welcome to a brand new show. I am your host Mayank Chaudhary and this is Limelight.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones.
Well, India-US bilateral talks between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump on the sidelines of the G7 summit are underway now. My colleague Gauri Dwivedi is here with us. She's an expert on what's really happening. Gauri, tell us quickly, why is this meeting so important?
It's extremely significant, comes after 16 months. The relationship has seen a seesaw, and in fact, as we speak, there are more inputs that are coming in. That big bilateral that all of us are really waiting for has begun, and in fact, at the working lunch, Donald Trump has praised Prime Minister Modi. That's the single biggest aspect that's coming in. We're putting those breaking inputs out, Vasudha. The fact that Donald Trump has said that I'm not as calm as Modi. Modi is calm, cool and total killer. Is this a giveaway as to what lies ahead for the tone and tenor of this key bilateral that's coming in? Is very interesting. In fact, let's get in Vishnu Som for more on this. Vishnu, we were talking about body language. We were talking about whether and how one should be reading the optics ahead of the bilateral. Your thoughts on Donald Trump's messaging? He's saying he's not as cool and as calm as Prime Minister Modi, who's a total killer.
Well, just a couple of points. Firstly, I think the bilateral is when the two leaders actually come together and sit. I'm not sure that's taken place at the moment. That's going to take place through this room, and that's what we're waiting for. We expect to hear preliminary remarks from the two leaders in a little while from now. So that bilateral process is yet to take place. And we certainly hope it's one which is going to be a positive one. But we're right over here outside the door. We've been waiting for a while, but in having covered all of this many times in the past, I can tell you that one of the things that is done is to keep media waiting. And so we are waiting. It's terribly hot over here. If you thought I'd escaped to Evian France, I can tell you it's not much of an escape. It's hotter than a humid Chennai is all I can say, or Kolkata, my hometown. But there you have it. The expectations are important. We've gone through several of the key points. I think the one point that I'd like to mention is, just a basic question. Is there any expectation of a major big breakthrough between both sides? And I would suggest that not necessarily. That this could be a sort of holding sort of scenario where both sides don't really say very much. But we're going to have to wait and see. We'll have to see what the atmospherics are, if there are pleasantries as well. But that's what the situation is presently.
Vishnu, also, I know we've been talking about expectations, and I'm so glad that you brought in Chennai here. But help us understand, when it comes to visas, trade, what would be a top on the priority list?
The trade. I think the free trade agreement between India and the US, and the fact that the US Ambassador Sergio Gore has said that, there are talks expected to resume in about a week from now, and things should get sorted upon completion of those talks, is something which is a positive in the relationship, where there are concerns over a couple of areas which we've spoken about. But I think both sides value the deeper strategic relationship. There is obviously a great deal of many people in India who are upset at this recent incident in the Strait of Hormuz and the tragic death of 3 Indian sailors. We keep saying this over and over again. The Prime Minister referred to it yesterday in G7 in a broader international context. Whether that comes up in this room in fairly direct terms or not, we don't know. But I think at this stage, and I've been following and reporting on the Indo-US strategic relationship over 30 years. And I would just assess and assert over and over again that this is not a relationship that needs to be put on the, kept aside, not for a moment. For over a period of time, there have been extremely important foundational agreements between India and the United States. I've had the opportunity of covering pretty much all of them. Agreements on the basis of which the strategic relationship is premised. So no one is keeping all of that aside. It's about a present sort of scenario with the US president. Let's hope that things get better and on an even keel. I think that's what we should look forward to.
I think, Vishnu, there is a lot on the table. There are lots of issues that need to sort of be ironed out. Not all of it is going to come up today. Not all of them are expected to even feature in these talks. But the fact that those talks are taking place, the fact that discussion is happening, I think that's an extremely important aspect that needs to also be highlighted, given how this relationship has seen ups and downs in the last 18 months.
And Shishirji, who was your guest in the studio just a few minutes back, made that key point, that the fact that both sides are talking, the fact that things are relatively positive is the big takeaway that we can expect. Now, there are many who dislike the relationship between India and the United States. I would suggest to those individuals that think about the future, think about the prospects of this relationship, don't discard it that easily. It is very important. It's premised on high tech, it's premised on the people-to-people relations. It's premised on an economic agreement, which is going to, a free trade agreement, which is going to happen sooner than later. Critical defense ties in so many weapon systems, which I can go on and on about. But I think it has to be looked at in that context. But this isn't for a moment to suggest that the negative aspects of the relationship, which we've seen in the last couple of weeks, and certainly over the last 1 year, whether it is references by President Trump on Op Sindoor, whether it is concern over India's import of Russian oil, not our concern, America's concern, fairly heated language on the trade deal, which was in the works. Those are serious negatives, but we're still here, and the two leaders have spoken on the phone, and they're talking, and they should be meeting over here in a little while from now.
Right, Vishnu, what's the action all about? Also, I was reading a Reuters copy in which, they said that President made a light-hearted comment saying that, I'm the boss. This comes at a critical time because the peace deal is going to be formally signed on the 19th. How has Donald Trump been throughout this meeting? Is there any change from what we saw last time in Canada?
Well, I did see a very aggressive Donald Trump, in a press conference held about 2.5 hours ago. He was abusive to the former President Barack Obama. He was fairly strong in his language against Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. Now, that's not something that's uncommon with this president, but his point was clear, and I think this is the one point that we need to really worry about. When asked about the prospects of a broader agreement between Iran and the United States, which is expected to take place in Lausanne, in Switzerland on Friday, the US president said, if they don't agree, I'm going to put a bomb right down the center of their head. And I think those were essentially the words that he used. There is this constant threat that the US president says or states whenever confronted with the Iran question. But there is so much which has been reported over the last 24, 48 hours, on what the contours of the deal are. So we're going to have to wait and see. I just want to remind our viewers that what takes place on Friday is not the definitive deal. It is a deal towards continuation of further talks. And the primary issue of nuclear matters in Iran is something that will take some more time to sort out.
In fact, Vishnu, hold that thought. I want to rope in Aditya as well on just that bit about how much of some of these global aspects, these global headwinds are going to feature in these talks, and how much of it is going to be about bilateral. Trade is likely to be a key feature, but Aditya, what else? Because this is a 360-degree comprehensive partnership, trade being one of its key pillars, but there are several others as well, whether it's technology, whether it's security, or people-to-people ties.
Well, in all likelihood, everything that you said will be on the table, but the big agenda, the big talking point, as Vishnu mentioned as well, will be on the trade ties and also the reset. How do we actually ensure that there is a smooth sailing when it comes to India-US, trade ties, defense, commerce, and people-to-people contact, and of course technology, an important part of it. Earlier we've seen a kind of a coordination between India and United States at the level of the United Nations, at the level of UN Security Council, and several other multilateral platforms as well. So can that really be ensured yet again? The last 1 year or more has been difficult. There's been a rough patch, especially when it comes to commerce, when it comes to trade deal. But both the leaders could make that final push, not just for the trade deal to happen, and that will in a few weeks from now, but also to ensure when it comes to security, when it comes to counterterrorism, when it comes to ensuring that there is a smooth intelligence cooperation between these countries that continues just like it did last many years. So that would be the big talking point, but we'll have to wait and watch after the meeting the kind of statement that we could see, possibly a joint statement, or the Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri coming in and briefing in. But we're waiting for those visuals that everyone seems to be waiting on the sidelines of the G7 Modi-Trump meeting. What they say in the introductory remarks would be also very, very significant.
Yes. Thank you, Aditya, for joining us. Also, James Bowden joins us as an author and Middle East expert. But before that, Vishnu, these summits are also so much about ideas. And I think the Prime Minister, by talking about a global skill corridor yesterday, also brought about this important point that there are aging countries and India could be the perfect destination for them to have the talent that they require. How would you assess the Prime Minister's pitch of India as somebody, as a resourceful country, as a country that they can look up to?
Well, certainly that is an important point. The Prime Minister has spoken yesterday as well about the importance of various foreign policies of so many countries, and the goal of a foreign policy needs to be one where countries in the world actually work with each other. The Prime Minister has spoken more about that today, and I'm just going to go through some of the broad contours of what exactly he said. So this is what it is. By combining G7 capital, India's talent, and the ownership of the global South countries, we may also consider establishing an international mobilization partnership for accelerating connectivity and trade. He's called this IMPACT. Today, many societies are becoming aging societies, while India and other countries of the global South have abundant youth talent, entrepreneurship, and skills, and to harness this natural complementarity, he's called for the creation of a global skills partnership where several countries can work together.
All right. It's a hot, sunny day in picturesque town of Evian, and who would have thought Vishnu would actually be suffering in the heat there in France? But let me get in, James Bowden, on just that fact, with regard to the Washington view as far as this all-important meeting is concerned. There is a clear recognition, James, amongst Washington insiders and also in Team Trump that they need to now pick up the pieces and work on this relationship simply because of what they have done in the last 16-odd months. What is Washington expecting from this all-important bilateral?
Let me kind of go towards what I believe is Trump's default foreign policy view, and that is what I have called the corporate foreign policy, where Donald Trump sees himself as basically like the CEO of a company, CEO USA. And in so many ways, what Trump does is he seeks to impact foreign leaders like other heads of other companies. He tries to move them, tries to get them into acquisitions and mergers or even liquidations. And so I think that what we're going to see is a very aggressive stance on Donald Trump's part. He's going to probably seek to dominate the relationship, and also obviously, Donald Trump looks to get something out of it, get a lot of boasting points. And so he's going to be crafting those agreements for maximalization on U.S. policies.
Well, Gauri, all of us are talking about expectations, and I think we'll get to know the outcome soon. And like you rightly pointed out, like the fact that, so many things on the platter here, and maybe a lot of these things will not even be discussed today. But are you expecting some serious, high-profile announcements today?
I think that's unlikely, Vasudha. That's really unlikely, simply because, you have these two leaders meeting for the first time after 16 months. You know, that's the most important factor. But the fact that the leaders are meeting, the fact that they are now engaging, the fact that the two sides are now willing to now freely engage, that I think is the single biggest factor that needs to now be kept in mind. In terms of big announcements, no, but setting the stage for big announcements subsequently is how we should be seeing it.
That's right. Thank you, Gauri. Dr. Mohan Kumar, who's a former Indian ambassador to France, joins us now. Ambassador Kumar, thank you so much for joining us. These G7 countries, you know, are one of the wealthiest in the country. In fact, they are the wealthiest countries in the world, and they're extremely important for India's exports, also be it the service sector or for our products. Do you think that India has been effectively been able to make that pitch for India? Do you think that this G7 summit will have any, you know, meaningful outcome for the country?
Thank you very much for having me. No, I think this G7 summit is quite different from the ones that were conducted in the recent past. I have not seen a more geopolitical summit than this. You know, the two big issues that have dominated this G7 summit are the war in Ukraine, which is extremely important for the Europeans and the French, and then, of course, this war in Iran, which hopefully has come to an end. So in that context, I thought India's participation was not just important, it was actually crucial that Prime Minister Modi go there and also make a strong assertion of multi-alignment by meeting with UK, France, UAE, and Germany before he met President Trump.
Yeah.
So, you know, while the relationship with the US is the most consequential, the most important, I think India should not move away from what it has been doing best, which is multi-alignment. We deal with everybody. As far as the relationship with US is concerned, I don't want to tamp down expectations of this amazing meeting, and all of you channels have been going gaga. But I think as a hard-headed diplomat, I have to remind you, this is a 35-minute meeting, out of which there is going to be consecutive interpretation, Hindi, English. So it leaves you with 15, 18 minutes. So you'll have courtesies, 2 minutes, conclusion, 3 minutes. I've been through this for 36 years, so please bear with me.
Yes.
That leaves you with 15 minutes in total. So I don't think you should expect earth-shaking announcements, but what I think is important is that the relationship is gradually being brought back to status quo ante.
I think that's the important part. Before we get in, Aditya, Ambassador Kumar, just closing in on the loop about the fact that there's limited time, there are a lot of issues on the table, and there are geopolitical headwinds as well. How much do you think all of that is likely to dominate conversation and the talks today, or do you think it will be more focused around the key issues, like trade, for instance, which could essentially be the driver of this entire discussion?
I think the latter. There will be time only for 2 or 3 issues. I think I'll be surprised if the conversation is not just limited to trade, the raising of the seafarers' killing. We don't expect the Americans to respond, but you have to raise it, and they will take note, because you have a domestic audience and you have to tell people that, listen, this is an important issue. I think the other thing which is important is energy. And if you keep an eye on Ukraine, you will find that sanctions are going to be reimposed on Russia. You don't want that to affect your oil purchases from Russia. So that is the other bump in the road that may happen down the line. So you have to look at it. Last but not least, I think people-to-people ties, H1B. I think a gentle reminder that, listen, Indian expatriates have contributed so much to the building of American society, the tech scene and so on. You can't do this to India. So on the whole, I do not see the meeting either sinking the relationship or proving to be an earth-shaking one. I see a continuum, a process of rapprochement, which began with the appointment of Ambassador Sergio Gore, the arrival of Rubio, and you have to see this as part of that continuum.
I think Aditya wants to come in.
Yeah. Ambassador Kumar, thank you so much for the clarity. Aditya Rajkal, you wanted to come in and also help us understand this people-to-people tie, something that you've been talking about since morning. But what is of utmost consequence to a common Indian? Because if you talk to normal people, they are most worried about visas because these are educated people and who want the ocean of opportunities to exist for them. Is that something that's on people's mind, and also this birth-based citizenship? I'm sure a lot of this will not be discussed today, but is the meeting of any consequence to Indians here?
You know, Vasudha, one thing that India and Indian diplomats are known for is trust. And that's what is visible in the last 1 year. And that's why there have been 5 FTAs that have been either announced or there is a roadmap towards it. And that's what these people say, that we want more commerce, more industrial ties and more energy, etc. with India, only because there is a level of trust. Now, what common Indians expect is a reciprocity when it comes to the same trust that India has offered for years and years together. And there's been a rough patch over the last 1 year. 3 of the biggest issues that I personally think, Vasudha, because you had a pointed question as to what is the expectation of the common Indian. One is, of course, when it comes to Pakistan, there cannot be any kind of an equilibrium or any kind of a long rope that can be given to Pakistan. Time and again, US policy has tilted towards Pakistan. We've seen that during the Obama tenure also, and before that there was a long rope given and some kind of a equilibrium between India and Pakistan. That is untenable. That is something that New Delhi believes will damage the US interest, and also when it comes to counter-terrorism cooperation. The second biggest question is the recent incident of the 3 Indian nationals, seafarers, who were killed in an attack on a commercial vessel. That is something cannot be tolerated. There's a lot of anger, a lot of outrage that India needs to do much more in terms of policy, in terms of diplomacy against the United States. We did summon, and that is rare, we did summon top US diplomat twice in 48 hours, but is that enough? That can be debatable. Apart from that, also the issue that you touched upon is the H-1B issue, where of course there's a huge change, a paradigm shift that has been brought in by the Trump administration, and especially affects experts and domain experts from India that are making technological mark in the United States.
So those are very important points, and let me put that out to James Bowden before we get in Ambassador Kumar as well. James, your assessment of the people-to-people ties, which frankly are the bedrock as far as this partnership is concerned. Administrations change, governments change, but at the end of the day, it's the people-to-people connect. That Vasudha was also talking about, H-1Bs, green cards, all of that has an impact on Indians and the diaspora. Do you expect some of that to be brought up?
Really, honestly, I am a Middle East expert, and so we are getting a little bit outside of my depth here on these questions.
So, okay, then let me rephrase the question then.
If I can address
That's
the question.
That's a fair point. Let me rephrase that question for you, sir, which is that the conflict that we are talking about on Friday is when the signing-in ceremony will take place, and then the window will start, the 30-day window for negotiations. Do you expect that and the subsequent impact of that in terms of Russian oil to be a key feature of these talks?
It is a possibility, yes. I mean, I would say that because the oil situation, the energy sector is so important to India, it will definitely have to be a part of that conversation. And I think that we should also hold off on many assessments regarding this, because we still have a lot of time in political and military terms between now and the 19th, when this MOU is supposed to go into effect. And I still hold a lot of concerns about what Israel may do to play spoiler for it. So I think that we should curb our enthusiasm for this agreement a little bit. But definitely, those will be key issues. Look, the entire energy structure of the Middle East is changing in this time. We're watching as convoys move from Iraq through Syria and access Syrian ports. We're watching as new agreements emerge. And so I think that there's going to have to be a very large conversation about how energy security is maintained.
Right. That's an important point. Ambassador Kumar, you touched upon Marco Rubio's visit to India. I want you to elaborate on the kind of impact that visit has had on the India-US relationship, because, when you look at the speech that he gave, he made a lot of important statements saying that, the increased screening of visa applications is not directed towards Indians alone. He also talked about the trade deal reaching advanced negotiations. I'm sorry, I'll just come back to you. There's some piece of breaking news. Prime Minister Modi might meet President of Ukraine, Zelensky, before he leaves for Paris later today. Gauri, what is the
That's a very significant thing. Ukrainian President Zelensky has been at the G7. He met President Trump as well. And in fact, now with Prime Minister Modi likely to have this meeting today, indicates that India has all along said that it stands on the side of peace. It has all along said that at the end of the day, conflicts need to be resolved through dialogue and diplomacy. And I think that message is what Prime Minister Modi will also be giving through this all-important meeting, essentially making a pitch for the Russia-Ukraine conflict to lead to a resolution through dialogue, through diplomacy. And let's not forget, the PM did meet the Ukrainian president the last time he went. I remember you had gone to Russia, and just after going to Russia, he'd gone to Ukraine as well, and he had met Zelensky exactly at the spot where children's memories were being honored. So after that, that meeting will take place today, likely, and again, India will make a pitch for dialogue and diplomacy to make an end.
Last time, G7 summit in Canada did not see a consensus on Ukraine, but this time we did see a lot of consensus on this particular issue.
Yes,
Aditya Rajkal, would you like to talk about this? Does this also mean that G7 countries finally acknowledge that Ukraine has advanced capabilities? What does this really mean for Russia now?
Well, firstly, for Europe, it's on their door. So they are the most concerned about the next development that takes place in Ukraine. The war hasn't stopped. Remember, when Trump came to power, he came with this agenda and this promise that within the next 6 months, he will bring in peace and the war will be over. But that clearly did not happen even after the Alaska summit. And we've seen several twists and turns when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. And it's been clearly 4.5 years of immense conflict, death, destruction. Let's not forget, there have been some Indians also, unfortunately, who have died or have been, part of this conflict, unfortunately, from Russia. So clearly, this is a very important, meeting that will be taking place between Modi and Zelensky. Let's also not forget that two statements that have been making rounds in the last 4 years is about dialogue and diplomacy that Prime Minister spoke about relentlessly when he visited to meet Zelensky in Ukraine and Putin in Russia. He said that this is not an era of war. He said that on the sidelines of the G20 in Bali, and thereafter that solutions cannot be found in the battlefield. This is something that has resonated with the larger, community, global community, that this is not a time of war. The war needs to end. It's easy to begin a war, but very difficult to end it. And that's what we are witnessing, not just in the Russia-Ukraine, conflict, but also across West Asia. There might be an MOU that will be signed on Friday, but who knows, will the war really end? Because Israel certainly isn't a signatory to it.
That could really put a spanner in the works. And there are two wars that are currently on, and that is playing and has a huge overhang as far as this conflict is concerned. Our rolling coverage of that big story continues. A quick break. Vasudha and I return with more.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से जय हो देश हो विदेश हो जय के हो
देश का टायर जेके टायर।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind you, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Rajkal, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV Network.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
NDTV tops the Reuters Institute India Reach Rankings again. Number 1 in offline and online news reach. For the 6th year in a row, audiences continue to choose NDTV across television and digital. NDTV, trusted across every screen.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
Landed in the beautiful state of Andhra Pradesh, which has no shortage of its own superstars. And that's why it's our pleasure to be joined today on NDTV by Pavan Kalyan, the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Good to have you, sir. You were recently denied permission, sir, on Telangana Formation Day.
I think somehow they're scared. Otherwise, there is no need for them to deny permission.
Is the India bloc, up on its last legs?
I had seen in my family, they were very strong supporters of Congress. As long Indira Gandhi, even to an extent Rajiv Gandhi was there. They could slowly, but the disconnect started because of their policies. I really expected some kind of a greater understanding when this man, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, if I go and meet people, that gives me a very greater understanding, greater depth. But I felt after walking from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, and the way he understood, then I said he has become more shallow.
It was genuinely a first day, first show kind of perfect political storm for Vijay. What went through your mind when you saw it unfold?
I came into politics in 2007, and from then...
2 decades.
2 decades.
Yeah, amazing.
And it was a tough journey for me, and sometimes I felt like giving up, sometimes I feel like, why the hell I was in politics. I wish I could have such kind of smooth journey like Mr. Vijay. In that way, I said, okay, I was envious.
Yeah. You have a good relationship with the BJP, and especially with Prime Minister Modi.
This man is the future of our country, and we need it.
From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
You're watching NDTV 24/7. The hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challengers in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact.
Padmaja Joshi, managing editor and prime time anchor.
Then news has influence. The buck stops here with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge validation, very rewarding, and I'm pretty certain that Team NDTV will go from strength to strength.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This is
President Trump meeting on the sidelines of the G7 summit in France. That meeting is going to start any time now. And what you see at the center of our screens is that live link that will go up the moment that meeting starts. Vasudha, there's a lot of expectations, lots on the table, and now we are waiting for any cues that may come up about this bilateral.
That's right. And the chemistry between these two leaders has been often talked about, Gauri, but this relationship has seen a lot of strains in the past few months. This is the meeting that's happening. This is a meeting that's happening after 16 long months. So it's an important meeting. The criticality is only intensified by the timing of this, because there's a peace framework that's been decided by Iran and, of course, United States of America in the Indian context when it comes to the H-1B visas or trade. The trade deal is also being negotiated. India is concerned about the kind of tariffs that US has imposed on the country. It's negotiating for a preferential treatment. Is that going to be something on the table today? Remains to be seen. But like you rightly pointed out, a lot could be discussed. A lot could be discussed later.
Let's get both Aditya Rajkol and James Bowden, and we also have Ambassador Kumar with us on the broadcast. First and foremost, you know, the fact that Ambassador Kumar, I'm going to take this to you and then get in Aditya, which is that when we talk about trade, one also needs to keep in mind that Team Trump has actually faced back-to-back legal setbacks with regard to those tariffs. And that, of course, plays out when you talk about some of those trade negotiations, doesn't it?
Quite right. I think the Supreme Court judgment has been a serious setback, which is why the USTR has initiated what is known as Section 301 investigations against 40 to 50 countries. And I was going to say, actually, even if you had not asked me the question, that Section 301 investigations have been launched against India for forced labor and structural excess capacity. And those issues would also have to be raised by Prime Minister Modi to President Trump, because we cannot have a trade deal and then 3 weeks down the line, the USTR imposes Section 301 tariffs again. That will completely nullify the benefits of a trade deal. So when we now say a trade deal with the US, it has two parts. One, as you rightly say, the tariff itself with regard to leather products, ag products, marine products, textiles, garments. The second thing is really Section 301. And we've already made our views known, because the Section 301 allows for the party to appear and make its points. We've already done that. So hopefully, when I talk of a trade deal, and when we talk of a trade deal, it will be holistic and comprise not just the trade deal which has been hanging fire, but also a suspension of the 301 investigation launched against India.
Right. Very quickly, Ambassador Kumar, also help us understand, how does India plan to navigate this forced labor concerns being raised by US? Because speaking to the Minister a few days ago, he says that the ILO now recognizes that India has an extensive and expansive safety network, welfare net. Does that really make any difference there?
It makes a bit of a difference, and it's a good question you asked me. India's issue has always been that we are the quickest to sign international covenants and international agreements. So we have signed the ILO Convention against child labor. But if you go to a place like Mirzapur, and where they make carpets, it's very hard not to observe that maybe it's not as widespread as it was 10 years ago. You still find kids making those carpets. So the problem with forced labor in India is not even a lack of political will or the legal framework, because we've also banned forced labor, by the way. The problem is, if you take the brick kilns, for example, there you have labor which is virtually bonded labor. So the matter boils down to implementation. And there, I think India has a difference of view with the Western countries. We tell the Western countries that what we need is financial assistance so that we can give these boys and girls an alternative life, make sure they go to the school rather than work in brick kilns or carpet shops and so on. It's a complicated social issue in India, as you will appreciate. But I think the countries outside India are getting, if I can speak frankly, they're getting a little bit tired of us, because we've been saying for the last 20, 25 years that, listen, this is a complex issue. We need to deal with it. Right. I think sooner or later, you will find the markets in those countries will stop accepting products made out of forced labor. And then it'll begin to bite India. So my view has been controversial, but my view has been that it's better we do this under external pressure because it's better to do it. It's in India's own interest to do it. We don't want our kids to be working in brick kilns and carpet factories.
Very important point you've made. Let me now get in, Aditya, on the other aspect. You know, we've spoken about trade. We've spoken extensively about some of these setbacks that Team Trump has faced. Let's now pivot to the other main aspect about this relationship, national security. What has happened in the last 1 year? This is a meeting that is taking place after Operation Sindoor, which, by the way, the government has all along said still is continuing. Aditya, that is likely to be the other key aspect of the talks that are going to start soon.
Well, yes, national security remains a top priority for India, especially because over the last 2 decades, there's been a lot of convergence when it comes to intelligence sharing, when it comes to counter-terrorism cooperation. You would remember just a few months ago, we had Tahawoor Rana, one of the main accused in the 26/11 attacks, come to India. He was brought to India. And that was a huge, win for the NIA and for the government of India. So the case continues on the 26/11, but there needs to be more convergence. There needs to be more coordination, just like there was in the past. The recent episode of the seafarers being killed off the coast of Oman hasn't gone down well with the masses in India. There's been enough outrage, and if you get a sneak peek into the social media, there's a lot of outrage and demands that government of India should have done more. Already the government had summoned the top US diplomat twice in 48 hours, and that was rare. That was an unprecedented development. That protest was lodged and said that America needs to end these attacks and there needs to be freedom of navigation at the Strait of Hormuz. Another major significant aspect is the Operation Sindoor that you talk about. After the cowardly Pahalgam terror attack by Pakistan, there were elements and traces of the Pakistan army actually conspiring this attack against normal civilians in Kashmir who were merely tourists. And thereafter, for the last many months, we've seen more than 90 times Trump speak about Operation Sindoor and how it was US that intervened and brought in a ceasefire. India did not agree with it, and now we are in fact standby.
All right, I think those are live visuals coming in. The bilateral has begun officially. The introductory remarks we are going to get.
Thank you very much. We had some great meetings in France. The group of people used to be the G8, now it's the G7. I don't know if that was a good deal or not, but it's a G7, and we have a G2 coming up, and then we have a G20 coming up. You know what the G2 is, I think, most of you. But we had in particular some very good conversations with Prime Minister Modi, India, and we're doing trade deals. We're doing a lot of things. A lot of things are happening between the United States and India. The United States is doing the best we've ever done. We have over $19.2 trillion coming in, and we're building factories. We're building everything, and Prime Minister is building a lot in the United States. He's spending a lot of money in the United States, so we appreciate that, jobs. But I just want to say he's been my friend for a long time now, and we've always had a great relationship, and it's great to be with you. Thank you very much. Great to be with you.
Thank you. राष्ट्रपति जी, आपसे मिलकर के बहुत खुशी हो रही है और पिछले वर्ष हम वाशिंगटन में मिले थे. उसके बाद हमारे संबंधों में एक नई गति आई है, नई ऊर्जा आई है और कई विषयों में हम बहुत मिल करके आगे चल रहे हैं.
Mr. President, it's a pleasure to meet you here in Evian. We had an extremely productive meeting in Washington last year, and since then we have given new speed and new energy to our relations, and we are working together on a number of areas.
और हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि हमारी दोनों टीमें भी मिलजुल करके हमने जो टारगेट तय किए उसको पूरा करने के लिए भरपूर प्रयास कर रहे हैं और हम बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं.
And we're also happy that our teams have also been working in close coordination and engagement, and they've been working towards achievement of the targets that we had set for ourselves last year.
एक्सेलेंसी, पश्चिम एशिया में शांति के जो प्रयास प्रगति हुई है, इसके लिए मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूँ.
Mr. President, I commend you for your leadership on the progress that has been made in the efforts to restore peace in West Asia.
आपके इन प्रयासों के कारण पश्चिम एशिया में शांति की एक नई किरण नजर आ रही है और हम आशा करते हैं कि चिरस्थायी शांति बनेगी।
Thanks to your efforts, Mr. President, new hope for peace and stability in the region has been rekindled, and I'm confident that this will lead to a long-standing peace in the region.
एक्सेलेंसी, आप और हम सभी इस बात से सहमत हैं कि हॉर्मुज का खुला रहना एक वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए बहुत ही अनिवार्य है।
Mr. President, you and I agree that keeping the Strait of Hormuz open is vital for the global economy.
एक्सेलेंसी, हम हमेशा कहते रहे हैं कि फ्रीडम ऑफ नेविगेशन सुनिश्चित होना चाहिए और इस पर हम सब ने मिलकर के बल देना चाहिए।
India has consistently emphasized the importance of ensuring freedom of navigation, and we should work together and place a particular emphasis on that.
एक्सेलेंसी, आप जानते हैं कि मैरीटाइम ट्रेड की दुनिया में भारत के लाखों सी फेरर्स आज दुनिया के अलग अलग समुद्र में अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं, विश्व की प्रगति में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दे रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूं कि उनकी सुरक्षा भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है।
Mr. President, you are aware across the world, Indian seafarers in hundreds of thousands are working and they're performing their duties across global maritime trade routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, and their safety is of utmost importance to us.
एक्सेलेंसी, समझौते के लिए शांति के प्रयासों में आपने भरपूर प्रयास किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि समझौते में सीफेरर की सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित होगी और उसको प्राथमिकता मिलेगी।
Mr. President, you made tremendous efforts towards reaching this understanding and this agreement, and I'm confident that the issue of seafarers will receive the highest priority during the implementation of this agreement.
एक्सेलेंसी, मैं फिर एक बार पश्चिम एशिया में शांति बहाल कराने के आपके भरसक प्रयासों का मैं पूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं और आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Mr. President, once again, I deeply appreciate and I deeply commend your efforts in ensuring the restoration of peace and making efforts towards restoration of peace and stability in West Asia.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Friends, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. President. We just heard the Prime Minister praise your efforts, the peace efforts in the Middle
Thank
East.
you.
Do you think you can carry the momentum from the Iran deal over to securing an end to the war in Ukraine? And can you tell us about your conversations with President Zelensky here at the G7?
Well, I had very good talks with President Zelensky and with President Putin, and we'd like to see that one end. I ended 8 wars, and to be honest with you, I thought this would have been one of the easier ones, but they're not liking each other too much, and it makes it much more difficult. But we're working. I had 2 good conversations with President Zelensky and with President Putin.
Will you let them build U.S. missiles? Or you manufacture missiles, American missiles?
They would like to be able to do that. We'll take a look at it. They have asked about it. Steve.
How close are you to a U.S.-India trade deal?
Very close. We've been there for a little while, and he's a very tough negotiator. He's one of the toughest, actually. So you look at this man. I'll give you a lesson. He's the most beautiful-looking man. He looks so nice. He's like an angel. But actually, he's as tough as he's a killer. I don't want to. He's a killer. He's as tough as they come. But he looks so good. So he gets you by surprise. But there's few people like this. People say he's such a nice man. I said no, he's very tough. He's a tough trader, and he loves the Indian people, but he also loves the USA. We had Howdy Modi in Houston, remember? And the stadium was full. Right, remember that?
He did Namaste Trump in
That was great. And we'll be going to India sometime in the future.
President Trump, when will you go to India and how do you see Quad as well? This is a grouping that was started under your first term, and this is a grouping that all the 4 countries are looking forward to.
Well, we had a great visit last time in India. We opened up that new stadium, and I think there were 300,000-400,000 people. It seated like about 150,000, and there were 250,000 outside, and there were 100,000 on the grass. That was, I don't know if that record's ever been broken, but I had a great time in India.
Do you expect India to play any role in West Asia? I'm Siddhant from
Say it.
Do you expect India to play any role in West Asia?
Yeah, I do. I think India plays a big role in everything. As long as he's the leader, India's going to play a big role.
You said many times that India has a great friend in United States, in Washington, D.C., in White House, till the time you are president. But some of your decisions recently caused trouble, concern in India. How would you like to assure people of India?
Well, I said it. As long as I'm president, we have a great. They have a great friend in the White House. I don't know where there might have been a trouble, but I don't think so. I can tell you, everyone here, they love India. They have tremendous respect for this man. Tremendous.
Are there going to be sanctions that are going to be reimposed on Russia now that the focus has once again been shifted to the Ukraine-Russia war?
We are looking at that. We're seeing how far the price of oil comes down. It's really tumbling. It's, I guess, 74, 75 right now. So it's down. It's soon going to be at the number that it was 4 months ago. It's pretty amazing. And on top of that, we will have an Iran without a nuclear weapon, which I can tell you the Prime Minister feels very strongly about that, too.
What is Mr. President hear from European or G7 leaders?
They were to a leader, and we had G7 plus many others came, as you know. To a leader, they were thrilled. They could not have been happier. Well, this gentleman came, and that's a big get. He came, and they cannot even believe that it happened. It happened quickly. But it really didn't happen quickly. It's been happening for a long time. It's been happening from my first term, when a very evil man named Soleimani was killed. That's when it started. And nobody else did this but Trump. You know, you look at our president, 47 years, Iran took advantage of the world, the Middle East, but the world. Nobody did anything. The Obama deal was one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. My deal is a wall to a nuclear. You're not going to have it. It's a wall to a nuclear weapon.
Minesweepers? Do you want the Europeans to send minesweeper boats? Did you talk about
We don't need them, but if they want to send them, I think it's good.
Has anyone committed to helping out?
Yes, all of them. All of them.
Which nations?
The ones that have that kind of equipment have. But every one of them have committed to being involved in some form.
And at this point, do you feel that Vladimir Putin is more responsible for the ongoing conflict in Ukraine?
Well, I don't want to comment on that because I'm trying to get it settled, and that doesn't make it easy.
Mr. President, you're on the cusp of making history with the possible peace in the Iran conflict.
I like this guy. Who is he? Do you know who that is? I like him. Your reporters are much nicer than my reporters. Go ahead.
But there is also a tragic loss of lives of Indian sailors recently, sir, in American strikes. Any words of condolences for the grieving families, sir?
Yeah, I do. I heard about that. It's a rough profession. There's no question about it. And we work together on it. This has been happening throughout time, but we work together on it. Yeah, certainly. We love all of those people. They're great people. Yeah, please.
How long do you expect Bill Pulte to be acting DNI?
Well, as long as it takes to get everybody else approved. I mean, they were doing a rush act, and we didn't get anything for it. Look, he's a very legitimate guy. He's very smart. He's a brilliant guy. Look at the job he did at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. I mean, it's worth probably $1 trillion right now. So we put him there, but all of a sudden it was like a rush act by the Democrats. And they said they were going to approve FISA. And I said, but we want FISA approved, but we want the Save America Act approved. Voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots, with exceptions, like for the military, you're sick, you're traveling, disabled. Very, open and generous. We also want no men playing in women's sports, and we want no transgender mutilization of our children. None. Those are 5 things that are 99% that's all we want. It's not a lot. The Save America Act. And that can be passed any way they want to pass it, but I'm not going to sign FISA unless it's done. And this was like a rush act. And it was a rush act by the Democrats. All of a sudden they want to get... And why are they afraid of this guy? I mean, they're so afraid of him, they'll do anything not to have Pulte go in there. He's a very capable guy, and they're worried about that.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am, please.
You said the Iran deal, the text is still being finalized. How confident are you that this Friday signing will happen?
You're talking about this one, on the deal? Deals are amazing. I've done them all my life. I've gone into deals that were 100% and they don't happen. I've gone into deals that there was no chance of getting them done, and it happens, and they happen easily. So you never know with deals, do you? But you're going to find out pretty soon. I think it'll be done. They want to sign. They want to get back to a normal life. You know, we hit them very hard. Don't forget, you know, people talk about when this started. This didn't start 3-4 months ago. This started years ago when I took out Soleimani. That was a big event. There are those that say it was the biggest event in the Middle East in 50 years. So we took him out, and they became a much different country. And then I terminated the JCPOA, that's Barack Hussein Obama's horrible deal, that gave them a nuclear weapon. And I terminated it, and I stopped it. And then I stopped it a second time with the B-2 bombers. And these are all major events in the history of the world, in my opinion, because it prevented them from having a nuclear weapon. And now we're going to do it again, and we're going to see how it works out. So this is a memorandum of understanding, but it's a very strong one. This isn't just like a 2-paragraph. This is a long, you know, pretty detailed memorandum that goes into a regular contract. I would think they would do it. If they don't, then that's, you know, that's okay. We'll have to start the process again. And we don't lose. We have the greatest military in the world. We had the greatest blockade. The naval blockade was 100% effective. And again, they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, all bombed out. I don't want to say the leaders, but first level of leader, gone. Second level of leaders, gone. Some of the third level of leaders, gone. And they want to make a deal. They are so ready to make a deal. Yeah. But you know what?
President Trump, the defense relationship between India and the United States. Sorry, I'm speaking, I won't.
That's okay.
Can you speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States?
I think it's a great relationship. I can tell you this, without having a contract, we don't have a contract, you'd have to write contract. But if they were attacked, we would be there to help them. How is that? Is that a good statement? Okay, come here, man. If anybody attacks that man, we're going to be there. Now, if there's a new leader, I'm not sure about it. Okay. If there's a new leader, I don't know about that. But if they're attacked and he's the leader, we're going to be there to help. And we have, and I will say this, and everybody says it. I had a great meeting 3 weeks ago with President Xi of China. We have the strongest military in the world by far, and I built it in my first term, and we're using it in my second term, and they gave some of it away stupidly in Afghanistan, as you know, and they spent a lot on Ukraine, $350 billion, but we have the most powerful military in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, which was 48, think of it, 48 minutes, and now our relationship with Venezuela is great. We paid for the cost of the war 40 times, taking millions of barrels out. Venezuela's benefiting, we're benefiting, Venezuela's benefiting, and then we go to Iran, and really in the first week, militarily, we defeated Iran. Nobody thought that could be done. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, do you want Israel to halt its military campaign?
No, I want Israel to be able to protect himself, but I do want them to use good judgment.
President Trump, can we expect a highly skilled Indian professional to be getting more opportunities in the United States under your presidency?
What does that mean? What?
Well, highly skilled professionals to get more opportunities here in the US.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, always.
Yeah.
We've always had tremendous relationships in terms of employment with India. Very talented people.
We've seen European leaders interact very warmly with you at the summit. Do you think that they're coming around to your worldview?
Well, I think they think I was right. I'm sort of always right. You know, when you get right down to it, I think they think I was right. They feel good. Now all of a sudden they all want to be involved. There's no reason to have them because it's pretty much over. But they all want to be involved. He'd be involved if I wanted, but we don't want to waste his time or his people. No, the European leaders, the meeting we had today was you know, just the leaders. I don't even say the European, the leaders that we had met with, in addition to the 7, We had quite a few come in. They all were willing to get involved. Thank you. Thank you very much. We had a great meeting on AI. We had all the top people here, and it was a great meeting. And as you know, we're building tremendous numbers of plants, but AI, we're building the biggest in the world. We're #1 in AI by a lot, and it was a very productive
How's it
meeting.
going with the negotiations with Anthropic?
He was here, going fine. I think it's going fine.
How do you see energy cooperation? India is diversifying, buying more energy from across the world, including United States. I'm Siddharth Sibal from beyond. How do you see India buying energy from you?
India can do anything they want with us. We have the best relationship. We cannot be closer than we are. Would you say that, sir? I don't think we can be any closer. Both him and I and our nations, but it really starts with the two of us. We cannot be closer. Thank you very much.
Of very big takeaways there from the Modi-Trump bilateral, but I think the three things that stand out the most, the fact that you see a very, very visible warmth returning in relations. Yesterday, many people had remarked about how there is a handshake, no hug. Today, Donald Trump answering a question from NDTV, in fact, two very, very critical questions that NDTV's Vishnu Shom asked the US president. First, it was about the ties, the defense ties between India and America, the safety of seafarers, and Prime Minister Modi. They're making it very clear that this is going to be our primary concern, the safety of our seafarers in that region. And this is important because in a strike by America, India has lost 3 of its sailors, 3 of its seamen, and that is something that is being brought up by the Indian Prime Minister for the second time. Yesterday, he took it up with the US President, and today, during the bilateral, again, Prime Minister Modi saying, we want the Hormuz to be opened, we want the navigation to be resumed in a normal fashion, but more than anything else, we want to ensure that the safety of our seafarers is a given. It happens. There can be absolutely no negotiation with that fact. Team NDTV, and we are going to get Vishnu Shom joining us live in just a second. 2 questions that he posed to the American president. Gauri Dwivedi, Aditya Raj Kaul, both joining us now. We'll also have Vishnu, and we'll play out again what it is that he asked the US president and what was the answer. But your big takeaway from this bilateral, Aditya, to you first.
Well, certainly, it's a very important beginning of a reset. It may not look that way in many ways because of the things that have happened in the last 1 year, but Trump said some things that are very, very consequential and defining. He said that United States is going to protect India, is going to come in India's aid if ever India is attacked. He praised Prime Minister Narendra Modi. On a lighter note, he said, what a beautiful man. He's almost like an angel. Now, this is trademark Trump. He's been speaking about Prime Minister Modi on Truth Social, on his media bites and public statements, and here at the bilateral in France as well. Apart from that, very consequential statements on the trade deal, on the defense ties front, and how this is going to scale up, how we are going to witness in the next few months and weeks an upswing in the ties. He also remarked about the West Asia crisis, that hopefully Iran will behave and will sign the MOU. He stressed on the fact that this is not a final agreement. This is a memorandum of understanding. And the icing on the cake, he took 2 questions from Vishnu Som, our colleague, NDTV's very own Vishnu Som, and this was about the defense ties. This was also about the oil sanctions that have been imposed. So he said that we'll have to wait and watch how the pricing of the oil per barrel will be reflected and a decision will be taken accordingly. But defense, trade, the high points of the bilateral, we'll of course have to wait for what was discussed in the meeting. Will there be a joint statement, or India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, who could come in a few minutes?
I will quote to you verbatim what Donald Trump has said. Great defense ties with India, will protect India if they are attacked, will protect India if Modi is the leader. I'm not too sure with somebody else, but till the time that this man, Narendra Modi, is the leader, I am going to protect India. Let's listen in fact, to that question and the answer from Donald Trump.
Can you speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States?
I think it's a great relationship. I can tell you this, without having a contract, we don't have a contract, you'd have to write contract. But if they were attacked, we would be there to help them.
And how are trade negotiations?
How is that? Is that a good statement? Okay, come here, man. If anybody attacks that man, we're going to be there. Now, if there's a new leader, I'm not sure about it. Okay. If there's a new leader, I don't know about that. But if they're attacked and he's the leader, we're going to be there to help.
Not too sure, but if he is attacked, if India is attacked, we are going to protect them. It's a very, very visible outreach almost, Gauri, perhaps with a sense of how there was a definite cooling down, especially with what has happened between India and US, the attack on our seafarers. The Prime Minister bringing it up yesterday, again bringing it up today. Does it seem to you like an attempt by Donald Trump to try and reach out to PM Modi again? Your top 3 takeaways.
You know, Padmaja, a lot has actually happened in the India-US relationship in the last 16 months. The fact that the two leaders met, the fact that they exchanged such warm, talks right now ahead of course, those bilateral, these were introductory remarks. The warmth, the body language is indicative of how the two leaders are picking up from where they left the last time around, even though a lot has happened. In terms of specifically seafarers, Donald Trump actually said that India and US will work together with regard to the issue of seafarers. 10% of global seafarers are Indian men and women. So there is a serious exposure to any of such instances with regard to India. So that assurance coming in from Donald Trump is very significant. The other key takeaway is with regard to trade deal. The fact that Donald Trump said that we are very close to signing a trade deal. The fact that he said that, well, you know what, India is a tough negotiator. PM Modi is a tough negotiator. And behind that beautiful angel face, he actually is really fighting hard for India. So, the trade deal is very much now the key focus of the two sides.
Yeah.
And India's no-go zones, which is agriculture, which is dairy, are being protected. And I think that's the really important aspect. And besides that, of course, what you made a mention of, and that's very significant that Vishnu asked also, which is about India and US defense ties.
Dr. Brahmachalani also here with us now. You know, beyond all the optics, the smiles, the handshake, reaching out to India, reaching out to the Indian Prime Minister, calling him an angel and saying he has the face of an angel, but a very tough negotiator behind that. What is happening behind the scenes? Do you think now that we are several steps closer, Dr. Chalani, to the trade deal and that America is now chastened when it comes to the attack on our seafarers?
I think the larger picture is this, that in the last 15 months or so, new strains have appeared in the US-India relationship, and there's no indication that this relationship is on the mend. So we shouldn't go by the words of either Donald Trump or Narendra Modi. If you go by Trump's own book, Art of the Deal, in which he says that he uses flattery as a negotiating tactic to soften up the other side before playing hardball. So we have seen repeatedly with other leaders too, that Trump loves to flatter and then to extract through tariffs and other means concessions that he wants. So we should not take flattery at face value. In fact, every time Trump has flattered Modi, something else has followed. Something, for example, this is not the first time he has called Modi a killer.
Yeah.
The last time when he called Modi a killer, punitive actions followed that remark. I think the fundamentals today are such, and the most important development came on the eve of this bilateral between Trump and Modi, which was that the US has dropped Indo from its main military command, the largest military command. It has now reverted to
Pacific.
The Pacific Command. It became the Indo-Pacific Command, in the first Trump presidency to underscore India's centrality in America's Indo-Pacific strategy. Now we are seeing a effort on the part of Washington to even remove the term Indo-Pacific and use the other term, Asia-Pacific, in its place. So the symbolism of what has happened and what is happening actually echoes Trump's latest national security strategy, which barely mentions India, which in fact not only barely mentions India, it only mentions the Quad in reference to India. That too in one sentence.
And he remained very ambivalent because he was asked specifically about the Quad, and even there he remained very ambivalent. Where do you think then that, what is the direction that India-US relations are taking according to you? Should we be linking this cooling off between India and the US to warmth in ties between India and between America and China?
Exactly. You raised the critical issue, which is that it was the largest strategic vision, the grand vision, that oiled the US-India strategic partnership, and China was at the center of it. Today, Trump is seeking a modus vivendi with China. On his trip to Beijing recently, he accepted China for the first time as a peer of the United States. Until now, China had been portrayed as a near peer of the US. Now, for the first time, Trump acknowledged China as a peer rival of the United States. And at the same time, he's also embraced Pakistan. He has rediscovered Pakistan's utility as a counterweight against India to prevent India's dominance on the subcontinent. So both in terms of his China policy and his embrace of Pakistan, the signals to New Delhi are very clear. In India's own strategic backyard, whether it's Bangladesh, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Pakistan, US and Indian interests have become increasingly divergent. How can US-India pursue a global strategic partnership when the US is seeking to work against India's core interests in India's own immediate neighborhood? That is a fundamental thing that we should not obscure. Yeah. And I think while this meeting is important to help lower the tensions and to seek a path toward mending the relationship, we should not overlook the fundamental divergences that are becoming increasingly apparent in the relationship.
So how does India deal with this? I will come on that question back to Gauri and Aditya, but I want to again play out for our viewers the two questions. And really, ultimately, at the end of the day, these are the only two questions that mattered at this point. Like Dr. Chelani also said, with India, what are the options in the days ahead? These are the questions that we posed to the US president about where his country stands vis-a-vis its relations with India. Listen in to the questions that were posed straightforward to Trump and what were his answers.
President Trump, what about the import of Russian oil? We are looking at that. We're seeing how far the price of oil comes down. It's really tumbling. It's, I guess, 74, 75 right now. So it's down. It's soon going to be at the number that it was 4 months ago. It's pretty amazing. And on top of that, we will have an Iran without a nuclear weapon, which I can tell you the Prime Minister feels very strongly about that, too. President Trump, what about the import of Russian oil? We are looking at that. We're seeing how far the price of oil comes down. It's really tumbling. It's, I guess, 74, 75 right now. So it's down. It's soon going to be at the number that it was 4 months ago. It's pretty amazing. And on top of that, we will have an Iran without a nuclear weapon, which I can tell you the Prime Minister feels very strongly about that, too.
So in this push and pull, Gauri, what is the thinking within the Indian establishment? How are they going to negotiate this relationship? Yes, the optics again. Today there were smiles, there was a little bit of a handshake. How do you do the hard work now?
You know, some of the points that Dr. Chilani made about, you know, the hawkish position that he's reflecting, which is true. One needs to then marry it with the statement that Donald Trump just made, responding to Vishnu Som, saying that he said that, you know, there is no treaty, no formal contract between India and US, which is correct. You know, there isn't any with regard to defense. But he also said that if India is attacked right now, if they are attacked, and of course if Prime Minister Modi is the leader, then US will be there to help India. One needs to keep that position in mind as well. That's a public position that Donald Trump has taken right now, in the backdrop of all that we are talking about, the growing US-China relationship, the certain position that Donald Trump has taken with regard to India, how he views New Delhi in the larger scheme of Asian setup is one fact. But the other side to it is the growing India-US defense relationship. And between the two lies the future for India-US partnership with Donald Trump being the president.
You know, but Aditya, when President Trump says this, how much of it can one trust? And how much of it is India, the Indian establishment, willing to trust?
You know, Padmaja, we need to tread very, very cautiously. We have had a very rough patch because we had faith, we had trust, and that's what India is known for. But there was no reciprocity in the last 1 year when it comes to the same trust and faith. I'm talking about the strategic partnership that India and US have enjoyed over the last 2 decades. So I completely agree with Dr. Chilani when he says that this relationship has seen a paradigm shift in the last 1 year. We have had a hawkish approach from Trump. We've also had a kind of a situation where the strategic partnership has been turned into one which is more transactional. You know, what will you bring to the table?
Yeah.
What kind of a situation will you support with us in this entire case? So we need to tread cautiously. We need to watch what will be the next steps of Trump, because he made a huge statement, just like Gauri pointed out, that if India is attacked and if Prime Minister Modi is the leader, then United States will support India and will come to aid. But will Donald Trump and United States support India when it comes to Pakistan-sponsored terrorism and the kind of approach that Asim Munir has had over the last few months? He seems to be the favorite field marshal of Trump. So how will Trump and the US policymakers navigate this road where Pakistan continues its terrorism against India? On the other hand, there is 2 decades of India-US partnership and strategic calibration.
So Aditya, you know, we will play out again those questions that Vishnu posed to the US president in just a second, but let's cut across live to Vishnu first, because really these were the only questions of any consequence. Very significant statement being made in reply to that by the US President Vishnu. But again, the thinking in India is, and Dr. Brahma Chalani also was talking to us earlier, everyone's wondering how much of it is only for the cameras and how much of it will ultimately be realized.
Well, to me, there were a couple of very important takeaways. Firstly, on the question, my question on whether, or what he saw, if he could speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States, he said that if India is attacked, then the United States would defend India. That's an important statement. If the US president says something, it is on record. It goes, I mean, there is a strategic relationship, massive military exercises, but this is certainly something that Pakistan would not be very happy about hearing. Secondly, on the question of, and this was a question asked to the US president by Doordarshan, to the question of Indian mariners having been killed recently in US strikes. He did, and he asked, and the question was whether he offered his condolences, to which the US president seemed to suggest that he felt sad about it. And he did say that, these are things that need to be looked at very, very closely. So there is a recognition of the seriousness of that particular incident at the level of the United States. It was not a question which Donald Trump turned away from. So that I would see as a positive. He didn't say, I apologize for this, but he did sort of seem to suggest, just one short of that it is a serious thing, it needs to be looked at. And of course, the question which I asked on sanctions, it comes a day after Trump indicated that there could be a renewal of sanctions by those nations who import Russian crude, to which he said that, this is something which needs to be looked at more carefully. So he sidestepped my question, and I would suggest that that is something that India would be very concerned about.
And it should come as huge relief for India as well. But again, I want to go back to the question about seafarers and the fact that Prime Minister Modi brought it up not once but twice on 2 consecutive days. And even today, when he was talking about opening of the Strait of Hormuz, he made it a point to say that we want surety of how our seafarers remain safe. Before you answer that, Vishnu, I want to again play out that question and answer for our viewers.
एक्सेलेंसी, हम हमेशा कहते रहे हैं कि फ्रीडम ऑफ नेविगेशन सुनिश्चित होना चाहिए और इस पर हम सब ने मिलकर के बल देना चाहिए। एक्सेलेंसी, आप जानते हैं कि मैरीटाइम की ट्रेड की दुनिया में भारत के लाखों सी फेरर्स आज दुनिया के अलग अलग समुद्र में अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं, विश्व की प्रगति में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दे रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूं कि उनकी सुरक्षा भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। एक्सेलेंसी, समझौते के लिए शांति के प्रयासों में आपने भरपूर प्रयास किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि समझौते में सी फेरर की सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित होगी और उसको प्राथमिकता मिलेगी। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं फिर एक बार पश्चिम एशिया में शांति बहाल कराने के आपके भरसक प्रयासों का मैं पूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं और आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं।
इसका अथक प्रयास होना चाहिए. We should make every effort possible, Vishnu, to ensure that this is done. Safety of Indian seafarers.
And Padmaja, the fact that the Prime Minister spoke about this, he's spoken about it today, is very important. In that joint statement where he brought up the issue to the US President, it is important for India. It's something that the US recognizes. The fact that the US President sort of indicated, that this is something that needed to have been avoided, though he didn't use those exact words. It's interesting to play out the words which he used, did Donald Trump, in answer to a question from a Doordarshan journalist. That is an important answer because there is recognition at the level of the United States that this is important. The Prime Minister making this point absolutely critical at a time when he's been criticized over here in India for apparently not doing enough on this issue. But the fact of the matter is that the Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, did raise the issue with the Secretary of State. To that, there wasn't any agreement between the two leaders. But again, in a public meeting, a press conference, it was a full-fledged press conference, the Prime Minister brought this up and the US President seemed to understand or accept India's concerns on this issue. This is important and I think would go some way towards addressing those concerns that India is not doing enough to tell the United States of our concerns on this issue.
Gauri?
I think that is something that has been fully now pointed out as far as India's concerns. I think Prime Minister Modi mentioned that in so many words. And I think one also needs to keep in mind the tone in which President Trump answered that question. He said that twice. Those questions were asked twice to him. And the tone in which he said that, he stopped short of course, apologizing, but he did say that he felt sad about it. He also said that this is something on which India and US will work together. And I have to point out the numbers, the sheer numbers in which Indian seafarers account for global seafarers. It's upwards of 10. In fact, it's 11%. So it's a concern for us, and some sort of a reassurance coming in from US at the level of the President is something that is important for us, because this is an issue that has deep tones, whether you take the political tone, whether you take the humanitarian tone, or whether you take the larger aspect of the people-to-people ties that we keep talking about as far as India and US is concerned. And I think the one other thing, apart from seafarers, that we must point out, of course, is also the fact that when President Trump spoke about West Asia, he also mentioned that India has a role to play. In fact, he said India has a very big role to play in West Asia. How that pans out now going forward remains to be seen. But for President Trump to make that, given the fact that we've been impacted, energy supply lines have been paralyzed. And, let me just point this out, that while crude, we've been able to get alternate sources, we are completely dependent on the Strait of Hormuz for our LPG needs. So we are extremely dependent on this. And for President Trump to be saying that India has a very important role to play in peace and stability in West Asia, I think is also extremely
Okay, I'm being told that we do have the response of President Trump to that, to what was said, to what was asked to him about the seafarers. We will try and play that out in just a second. But the skepticism of a lot of people back home is understandable, Aditya, because when India protested initially, twice we summoned their diplomats, and that is very rarely done. Despite the fact, the first response that came from America was anything but apologetic. It was almost as if this had to happen. I told you so. If you're not going to be careful, these are going to be the consequences. So now if President Trump says, it's a rough business, it happened, he was asked specifically to express condolences, didn't quite apologize. So skepticism is natural. But what do you take away from what Donald Trump said?
Well, I do understand that there is some kind of an understanding and some kind of a narrative being set by the Trump administration also for a reset. But will this be a full-blown reset, or will this be a bumpy ride just like we've witnessed over the last 1 year? We need to tread cautiously. And this is very important because United States is a huge trading partner. We've had a massive strategic partnership with them over the last 1 year. There's a huge Indian diaspora that is currently there. There are Indians who are creating waves when it comes to technology and different tech companies all across the United States. So everything that happens in the India-US ties does not impact a small group of people, but impacts two major democracies and two major economies. So I think there's a realization in the Trump camp as well that India is an ally and India cannot be isolated in such manner. But the words need to be reflected now in something pragmatic and something significant and strategic that needs to be implemented, beginning with the trade deal that would be signed in the next few weeks. Yes, it's been a bumpy ride, but in the next few weeks, we'll have to wait and watch how Trump approaches India, especially when it comes to Quad, especially when it comes to other multilateral forums, and from trade to defense to the tech partnership.
Okay, so 4 big points that our team has taken away from this bilateral: India-US defense ties, trade, safety of seafarers, and most importantly, the personal relation, the ties which have been frosty of late. Are they on the mend? A lot will be said and discussed about the body language. What do you make of that? Because you, among all of us, was the only one literally in the room, Vishnu. Body language does say a lot, even though a lot of people smirk at it. But the fact is, yesterday, just having a not very warm handshake to what you saw today. Vishnu.
Padmaja, I've always said whenever I'm asked this question that, this body language business and atmospherics, this is stuff that journalists like to ask journalists when there is nothing else to ask. But can I just honestly tell you, I take my words back, because I think the chemistry between the two leaders, again, an oft-used phrase, is important in analyzing where India and the United States now lie. This was a very calm Prime Minister Modi. This was an extremely calm President Trump. He took every tough question over there. He spoke about sanctions. We spoke about mariners. We spoke about whether the free trade agreement was going to take place or not. He spoke obviously about the broader situation in West Asia. He spoke about doing business with Narendra Modi. He called him a killer in a very positive way. Says that he looks so nice, this, that, and the other, but he's a killer. He's a hard negotiator, etc., etc. So I would say that Trump went into this meeting in a very positive mood. He was sort of very calm, and he reached out to Prime Minister Modi. So in as much as there wasn't that gigantic hug that we've been used to seeing, it was Trump who reached out. On a couple of occasions, I noticed Prime Minister Modi reciprocated as well. And I will say that, the point that the US president said on my question on the defense relationship, and I was alluding to American companies, building in India, which is a priority for us. He said that if ever India is attacked, America will defend India. So I think if that is the relationship or the extent of the strategic partnership, then I would strongly suggest that in the minds of the Americans at least, that this is a relationship that is critical.
Absolutely. And now we have that response from the US president on the issue of seafarers that Prime Minister Modi brought up. Listen in.
Lives of Indian sailors recently, sir, in American strikes. Any words of condolences for the grieving families, sir?
Yeah, I do. I heard about that. It's a rough profession. There's no question about it. And we work together on it. This has been happening throughout time, but we work together on it. Yeah, we love all of those people. They're great people. Yeah, please.
Very quickly, I also want to play out that bit that Donald Trump said about Prime Minister Modi being a tough negotiator. I think it's better that we play it out, because when we are discussing body language, the reason why it is important today is when you look at the two leaders, it was almost as if Prime Minister Modi was slightly formal. He conveyed India's position. He conveyed India's concerns. And again, you saw Donald Trump reach out, say, oh, he's an angel face. He's a tough negotiator. He's a great guy. He's a super guy. I'm always going to defend India, when this guy is going to be in power. So it's almost like an extending of an olive branch. So let's listen in to what he said, then I'll come to you, Gauri and Aditya.
How close are you to a U.S.-India trade deal?
Very close. We've been there for a little while, and he's a very tough negotiator. He's one of the toughest, actually. So you look at this man. I'll give you a lesson. He's the most beautiful looking man. He looks so nice. He's like an angel. But actually, he's as tough as he's a killer. I don't want to, he's a killer. He's as tough as they come. But he looks so good. So he gets you by surprise. But there's few people like this. People say, he's such a nice man. I said, no, he's very tough. He's a tough trader. And he loves the Indian people, but he also loves the USA. We had Howdy Modi in Houston, remember? And the stadium was full. Namaste Trump. Right, remember?
He did Namaste Trump in India.
That was great. And we'll be going to India sometime in the future.
What do you make of this? Kind of an olive branch? And look at the adjectives. Killer, looks so good, face of an angel, nice man, tough negotiator, loves Indian people, loves US. Very rarely that you would hear so much effusive adjectives in diplomacy.
And gets you by surprise. And he also said that, essentially saying that, you know, we've been going back and forth on negotiations, but when it comes to some of those no-go
And yes, Vishnu, I was writing it. I think that's what you're asking me. Yes, I was writing it all down because it was difficult to keep track. Yes,
every single word.
I actually missed out a few because he went on and on. He was, I mean, sorry, it turned a little too cozy, I think, for a lot of people. But yes, Gauri, finish your point.
No, yes, you know, but it also just tells you that when this conversation was happening, there was a certain ease with which they were talking, right? I mean, you're right when you mentioned, Padmaja, when the introductory remarks started, that Prime Minister Modi, of course, made India's position very clear. But when President Trump started speaking and he was addressing and specifically responding to those questions, there was a change in the body language, and that is reflective with the number of adjectives, all of which that you've noted down. But it also tells you that the two sides have been engaging
And the fact that the Prime Minister reciprocated when he said, oh, you know, we did Howdy Modi, and then he finally joined in the conversation, you know. Yeah. It almost seemed, Vishnu, that he was largely unmoved with all the flattery, for want of a better word. But when President Trump brought up Howdy Modi, that is when
so let me tell you,
the PN jumped in with Namaste Trump. And we also have Mr. Kamal Sibal joining us. But yes, Vishnu, finish your point.
No, but you know, I mean, before we went into this press conference, I was reporting that, you know, don't expect any big breakthrough, nothing of the sort. Will there be anything very big that happens? Will there be something potentially negative? You know, on the one hand, there has not been any big breakthrough announcement. Those happen rarely. But I think the US and the US president has done his bit to bring this relationship back on an even keel. He did take all the hard questions. He did, in a sense, sympathize with the families of Indian sailors. He did speak about coming to India's defense in war, which is a completely unexpected sort of situation. That's not what, I mean, I thought I was going to ask him about Atmanirbharta and defense, that sort of stuff. He said that if there's war, America will come and defend India, which is interesting. He did take those questions on sanctions, but he didn't quite answer directly. So that's something we're going to have to watch out for. He did say that Indian professionals working in America is welcome. So look, this is hardball international diplomacy. We are going to, as journalists, go back and analyze every statement that the US president says and say, no, Trump said this, but he didn't deliver on this. But for the moment, and just for today, right, I think it's important that we report what has taken place. And yes, that free trade agreement between the two sides, I do believe that it's just a matter of time before it happens.
All right, former Foreign Secretary Mr. Kamal Sibal also joining us live now on the show. Mr. Sibal, what do you make of these pictures? Is it to be read as a slight thawing of the chill, or is the US literally flattering to deceive?
Look, the fact that they met meant that they're not going to engage in a slanging match publicly, and in fact move the relationship even more backwards. So I think we shouldn't be taken in by the exchanges, the few that I saw and the few that you repeated just now. I think we should be a little more mature about this. He was very evasive. He didn't answer any question in any concrete manner. The differences between the two sides have not been have remained where they are. He didn't give any indication that he's moving towards a resolution of, for example, the stalled trade deal issue. I believe that Greer is coming in a week's time to Delhi, and I suppose these issues would be taken up again. As far as his personal flattery or saying things about Prime Minister personally, let's discount all that.
Yeah.
He's a guy who every second day says he loves Asim Munir. He's a great general. I love him. I love strong leaders. He's been talking very positively about Kim Jong-un. He's been flattering Xi Jinping. And Xi Jinping has been totally unmoved by that. That's such a great man. I get along very well with him. He's a great leader. He's this, he's that. It's meaningless. And I think we should be very careful not to draw too many conclusions on this. I mean, this kind of PR stuff that he's engaging in, because it's a cover-up for not wanting to and being able to address hard issues. We should not be deceived by this. We should look for concrete results.
So what do you think? What do you think India can or should take away from this meeting? Anything at all?
I think his persiflage is meaningless because in all his actions, if you analyze them one by one, he has delivered very serious blows to the relationship between the two countries. The latest being what he has done by discarding the Indo-Pacific concept altogether and renaming the U.S. Pacific Command, Indo-Pacific Command as the Pacific Command. Actually, it was during his presidency that it was renamed in order to actually give a boost to Quad and also to signal that this was a deterrent against China. Now, he stepped back from all that. So what surprises me is that why did Rubio come to Delhi for the Quad foreign ministers meeting? If this was in the offing, as it would have been, unless Rubio was not at all in the picture. So what was the point in trying to give a signal that U.S. was still committed to the Quad and the Indo-Pacific concept when after a few weeks you've seen what has happened? I think we should be very careful about the manner in which Trump handles these things. He's in his own book about
Part of the deal.
He says that he uses flattery.
Yeah.
And he uses hyperbole because he thinks that it is paying. This is his technique. He has sort of used that in his real estate negotiations over the years, and he thinks that he can do this also at the international geopolitical level. I would say, in a sense, the sort of thing he said, that Prime Minister is a beautiful man, he's this and that, it's embarrassing. You don't reduce diplomacy to this level. It's serious. You should have poise. You should say solid things, substantive things, address the substantive issues, give a message that actually resonates. And then journalists and us, then we can say, yes, there is a move forward. He has redone his homework, and he has taken this occasion to send a very positive message so that we can be confident that his administration, etc., will then follow up on what he said. But he just evaded all the issues with nice words, even saying that I love the 4-3 mariners who got killed. What does it mean? What does it mean?
So all these statements you're saying, he's doing all this just to fill up space, to escape making any substantive statement, to make any substantive promises. But one thing which should be of great concern to India, Mr. Sibal, is about the attack on Indian seafarers and the fact that India has taken it to Mr. Trump again and again, twice in just the last 2 days. What the Prime Minister said about that and what was Trump's response to a question on the same issue. I want to quickly play that out again for the benefit of our viewers. And sir, I'll come right back to you.
एक्सेलेंसी, हम हमेशा कहते रहे हैं कि फ्रीडम ऑफ नेविगेशन सुनिश्चित होना चाहिए और इस पर हम सब ने मिलकर के बल देना चाहिए। एक्सेलेंसी, आप जानते हैं कि मैरीटाइम की ट्रेड की दुनिया में भारत के लाखों सीफेरर्स आज दुनिया के अलग अलग समुद्र में अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं, विश्व की प्रगति में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दे रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूं कि उनकी सुरक्षा भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। एक्सेलेंसी, समझौते के लिए शांति के प्रयासों में आपने भरपूर प्रयास किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि समझौते में सीफेरर की सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित होगी और उसको प्राथमिकता मिलेगी। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं फिर एक बार पश्चिम एशिया में शांति बहाल कराने के आपके भरसक प्रयासों का मैं पूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं और आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं.
Lives of Indian sailors recently, sir, in American strikes. Any words of condolences for the grieving families, sir?
Yeah, I do. I heard about that. It's a rough profession. There's no question about it. And we work together on it. This has been happening throughout time, but we work together on it. Yeah, certainly. We love all of those people. They're great people. Yeah, please.
Do you think, at least from the response that you heard from Donald Trump, Mr. Sibal, there would be some relief, some hope for India?
No, I don't think so. I think I must applaud the Prime Minister. I didn't expect the Prime Minister to say what he said so clearly, so emphatically, so boldly, to put Trump on the mat. After all, we were expecting some kind of an expression of regret because they have fired missiles at a civilian, unarmed commercial vessel and killed 3 Indians, nationals of a friendly country. They could have made their position very clear, as Rubio did, that, there's a blockade, this and that. But they could have softened that hardline position by saying, yes, but we regret that in the process of us imposing that blockade, because we don't want Iran to be able to sell oil, 3 Indian mariners were killed, and we regret that. It would have closed the matter. Even now, Trump had a chance to say this, because the questioner asked him about condolence.
Yes.
And he just evaded the question. Yes, it's a tough profession, and I love this and that and that. What does it mean? He missed again another chance. We could easily have said that, if he's going to flatter the Prime Minister the way he did, he can easily also say some nice words of an expression of regret about the fact that 3 Indian mariners were killed. But in a sense, he excused that by saying it's a rough profession, this is happening, and stuff like that. I think his reply was very unsatisfactory, but I must say that I didn't expect the Prime Minister to say what he said so boldly, and I'm glad that he said that.
Okay, very quickly, let's tell our viewers, the pictures that you see on your screen right now is a meeting that is now going on between Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Zelensky. And this wasn't really scheduled. And Aditya on this. And a lot of people who spoke to us earlier said that time permitting, this meeting would also happen. How did this come about, Aditya, and why?
Well, yes, it was all about time because there was some time that was left, and already both sides, India and Ukraine, were in touch in the past many months and the last 4.5 years. In several such meetings that have taken place, not just between Prime Minister Modi and Zelensky, but Prime Minister Modi and Putin as well. India has been one such, in such a remarkable position that we have, traditional and historic ties with Russia, but we have important ties with Ukraine as well. And that's what Prime Minister has been focusing on, dialogue, diplomacy, and that this is not an era of war and solutions cannot be found in the battlefield. So at a time when the West Asia conflict is raging, it has led to a lot of economic turbulence, and there is likelihood of an MOU to be signed Friday. It's likely that Trump's attention would go back to Russia and Ukraine as well, and some kind of a solution in sight. When Trump came to power, Padmaja, it's important to mention, he said that there will be a solution, he will end the war, he'll bring peace in the next 6 months. That clearly did not happen. So will he be able to do anything when it comes to Russia, Ukraine? And it's important to also mention the meeting, G7 is in France right now. So Europe's biggest concern right now is the war on their doorstep that needs to end pretty soon.
And I think a lot of point that people missed, the fact that when President Trump was asked about Russia and Ukraine, he spoke of how he has ended 8 wars. On the one hand, you're sitting next to the Indian Prime Minister, you're saying he's a great guy, if India's attacked, we are going to right in, and then you mention stopping 8 wars, and usually in those 8 wars he has also included Operation Sindoor in the past. So this good cop, bad cop that Ambassador Sibal was talking about earlier is also borne out by what Donald Trump said today. Even as he was praising India, he again brings up how he has stopped 8 wars. But since we're running out of time, I want to ask you the final question, Ambassador Sibal. We're talking about the West Asia conflict. Do you really think that MOU is going to happen on Friday? Because even on that, he seemed awfully evasive.
Not only that, if you see his remarks that he's going to drop bombs on their heads, he's going to do this, he's going to do that, very contemptuous of the Iranians. Now, if his negotiators have already reached some kind of a framework agreement, he should actually help the process to move forward rather than send this very, very aggressive message to Iran, which actually boils down to this, that my negotiators can discuss anything they want. I have to be satisfied. It is my will that will count.
Yeah.
And therefore, I have already tweeted on that. I think that he has sent the wrong message, and he's made the final decision uncertain, because if you look at the framework agreement, there are so many loose ends, that negotiations on them would be extremely difficult for the United States of America, because they'll have to concede a lot. And I don't think he's in a position to do that. So I'll keep my fingers crossed. Of course, it happens. It's wonderful. It'll ease a lot of problems for us because of our very extensive interest in this region. But I just don't understand this man, how he negotiates. That if you have to leave the door open rather than being so aggressive and so contemptuous of the other side, and be abusive. And be abusive, actually abuse them. So, well, after all, the Iranians going to try, will actually internalize all this and be extremely cautious when they move forward to do something in Geneva. And in those 60 days, anything can happen, because he's been changing his mind all along. So you never know what can happen.
Exactly. And you said at the beginning that when you have an engagement like this, you can't have a slanging match. But with Donald Trump's history, even that is a small mercy that we've seen today at G7. Ambassador Sibal, for giving us that sobering thought. Thank you very much. The optics, all great. The adjectives, the praise, very fulsome. But what should India take away? Trust, but verify, and abundant caution. Thanks very much for having joined us. Coming up on the other side of a very quick break is Vishnu Shom with the biggest story of the day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind you, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K, the works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You've got to be real in a world of reels. You've got to be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The Hook.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
NDTV tops the Reuters Institute India Reach Rankings again. Number 1 in offline and online news reach. For the 6th year in a row, audiences continue to choose NDTV across television and digital. NDTV, trusted across every screen. From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
You're watching NDTV 24/7. The hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challengers in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact.
Padmaja Joshi, managing editor and primetime anchor.
Then news has influence. The buck stops here with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge validation, very rewarding, and I'm pretty certain that Team NDTV will go from strength to strength.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Landed in the beautiful state of Andhra Pradesh, which has no shortage of its own superstars, and that's why it's our pleasure to be joined today on NDTV by Pawan Kalyan, the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Good to have you, sir. You were recently denied permission, sir, on Telangana Formation Day.
I think somehow they're scared. Otherwise, there is no need for them to deny permission.
Is the India bloc, up on its last legs?
I had seen in my family, they were very strong supporters of Congress. As long Indira Gandhi was, even to an extent Rajiv Gandhi was there, they could slowly, but the disconnect started because of their policies. I really expected some kind of a greater understanding when this man, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, if I go and meet people, that gives me a very greater understanding, greater depth. But I felt after walking from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, and the way he understood, then I said he has become more shallow.
It was genuinely a first day, first show kind of perfect political storm for Vijay. What went through your mind when you saw it unfold?
I came into politics.
Can you speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States?
I think it's a great relationship. I can tell you this, without having a contract, we don't have a contract, you'd have to write contract. But if they were attacked, we would be there to help them. How is that? Is that a good statement? Okay, come here. If anybody attacks that man, we're going to be there. Now, if there's a new leader, I'm not sure about it. If there's a new leader, I don't know about that. But if they're attacked and he's the leader, we're going to be there to help.
President Trump, what about the import of Russian oil?
We are looking at that. We're seeing how far the price of oil comes down. It's really tumbling. It's, I guess, 74, 75 right now. So it's down. It's soon going to be at the number that it was 4 months ago. It's pretty amazing. And on top of that, we will have an Iran without a nuclear weapon, which I can tell you the Prime Minister feels very strongly about that too.
समर में बाल्टी तो चाहिए फॉर योर पसीना बाल्टी
where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind me, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा प्योर मसाला।
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The hook.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
NDTV tops the Reuters Institute India Reach Rankings again. Number 1 in offline and online news reach. For the 6th year in a row, audiences continue to choose NDTV across television and digital. NDTV, trusted across every screen. From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
Now watching NDTV 24/7, the hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challenges in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact,
Padmata Joshi, managing editor and primetime anchor.
then news has influence. The buck stops here with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge validation, very rewarding, and I'm pretty certain that Team NDTV will go from strength to strength.
Straight
Live from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Aisha Sehgal. What's happening? How?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Aisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
Landed in the beautiful state of Andhra Pradesh, which has no shortage of its own superstars, and that's why it's our pleasure to be joined today on NDTV by Pavan Kalyan, the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Good to have you, sir. You were recently denied permission, sir, on Telangana Formation Day.
I think somehow they're scared. Otherwise, there is no need for them to deny permission.
Is the India bloc, up on its last legs?
I had seen in my family, they were very strong supporters of Congress. As long Indira Gandhi was, even to an extent Rajiv Gandhi was there, they could slowly, but the disconnect started.
Good evening and welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom reporting from Evian in France. This is where the G7 summit has been held. The G7 summit now winding down. But the big focus of this meeting is a surprising press conference between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi over here at G7. I've been there for a press conference and it was fairly astounding in terms of all of the issues which were raised. We need to take each one of these points and analyze it. And it is important for our viewers to understand that it's important not to get ahead of ourselves. The reason I say so is because this meeting has been seen to be extraordinarily positive. Donald Trump said the right things, certainly something that the government would want to hear at this stage when there have been strained ties between India and the United States. But we are going to be analytical about each one of these points. But the overall sense I got of this meeting was that it was positive at a time when there have been problems with regard to, let's say, India's continued import of Russian oil. There have been problems with regard to the death of 3 Indian sailors who were killed as a result of American firing in the Strait of Hormuz, at a time when so much has been said on, for example, Operation Sindoor and on other issues. It is absolutely clear that the US president was certainly in a good mood. He was warm, he was receptive. He reached out to Prime Minister Modi, and it appears that he said the right things. The big question is that will America stand by India? Will there be action beyond just the words? For example, one of the questions which I asked President Trump was to speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States. It's something that I've covered for my entire career. To which he said, and this I found significant and interesting, that if ever somebody attacked India and if Narendra Modi was Prime Minister, the US would come and defend India. So certainly rhetoric there at one level, but on the other hand, a statement as important as that needs to be also looked at and assessed. However, on another question, on possible new sanctions against India for continuing to import Russian oil, remember, those sanctions were put on the side by the United States when the war in the Gulf began. The US president deftly sidestepped the questions, all right? He sidestepped the questions, which is why, many would say that, that's a critical point that needs to be answered. But let's listen into a couple of the key points that I asked him. He responded, and we'll talk about some of the other points as well in this program. A special episode, 9 to 10 p.m. tonight, 1 hour long, the big huddle between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump. Can you speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States?
I think it's a great relationship. I can tell you this, without having a contract, we don't have a contract, you'd have to write contract. But if they were attacked, we would be there to help him. How is that? Is that a good statement? Okay, come here, man. If anybody attacks that man, we're going to be there. Now, if there's a new leader, I'm not sure about it. Okay. If there's a new leader, I don't know about that. But if they're attacked and he's the leader, we're going to be there to help.
President Trump, what about the import of Russian oil? Sanctions on the import of oil.
We are looking at that. We're seeing how far the price of oil comes down. It's really tumbling. It's, I guess, 74, 75 right now. So it's down. It's soon going to be at the number that it was 4 months ago. It's pretty amazing. And on top of that, we will have an Iran without a nuclear weapon, which I can tell you the Prime Minister feels very strongly about that, too.
एक्सेलेंसी, हम हमेशा कहते रहे हैं कि फ्रीडम ऑफ नेविगेशन सुनिश्चित होना चाहिए और इस पर हम सब ने मिलकर के बल देना चाहिए। एक्सेलेंसी, आप जानते हैं कि मैरीटाइम की ट्रेड की दुनिया में भारत के लाखों सी फेरर्स आज दुनिया के अलग अलग समुद्र में अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं, विश्व की प्रगति में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दे रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूं कि उनकी सुरक्षा भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। एक्सेलेंसी, समझौते के लिए शांति के प्रयासों में आपने भरपूर प्रयास किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि समझौते में सी फेरर की सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित होगी और उसको प्राथमिकता मिलेगी। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं फिर एक बार पश्चिम एशिया में शांति बहाल कराने के आपके भरसक प्रयासों का मैं पूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं और आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Lives of Indian sailors recently, sir, in American strikes. Any words of condolences for the grieving families, sir?
Yeah, I do. I heard about that. It's a rough profession. There's no question about it. And we work together on it. This has been happening throughout time, but we work together on it. Yeah, certainly. We love all of those people. They're great people. Yeah, please.
My colleague Aditya Raj called with me at this stage. Aditya, let's just talk through this last point, a specific question asked to the US president on what he thought about the attack on Indian sailors recently. How did you make out his answer?
Well, certainly he didn't have to, he didn't have to actually speak in detail about it from the US point of view, but clearly he did indicate some kind of sadness. He said such situations did happen. From the India point of view, there's been a lot of anger, as you have also reported, Vishnu, from the common masses, but India has also acted diplomatically, summoning the top US diplomat twice already. So there has been some kind of an understanding that might have been reached on the free navigation at the Strait of Hormuz. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, speaking about the seafarers, also mentioned that not just do we have to ensure the safety and security of the seafarers around Strait of Hormuz, but also free navigation for the commercial ships, for the oil tankers and other vessels in the region. So clearly that remains a top priority for India. And while Trump did not apologize, he did indicate some kind of a sadness.
Yeah, no, that's true. I would sort of go by that. The question is whether that is enough. Now, this is an issue which has obviously been intensely political over here in India. Aditya, I'll come back to you later on perhaps, but let's listen in to some of the other key points that emerged in that press conference and joints and statement by both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Donald Trump.
एक्सेलेंसी, पश्चिम एशिया में शांति के जो प्रयास में प्रगति हुई है, इसके लिए मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं। आपके इन प्रयासों के कारण पश्चिम एशिया में शांति की एक नई किरण नजर आ रही है और हम आशा करते हैं कि चिरस्थायी शांति बनेगी। एक्सेलेंसी, आप और हम सभी इस बात से सहमत हैं कि हॉर्मुज का खुला रहना एक वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए बहुत ही अनिवार्य है।
How close are you to a U.S.-India trade deal?
Very close. We've been there for a little while. And he's a very tough negotiator. He's one of the toughest, actually. So you look at this man. I'll give you a lesson. He's the most beautiful-looking man. He looks so nice. He's like an angel. But actually, he's as tough as he's a killer. I don't want to. He's a killer. He's as tough as they come. But he looks so good. So he gets you by surprise. But there's few people like this. People say he's such a nice man. I said no, he's very tough. He's a tough trader, and he loves the Indian people, but he also loves the USA. We had Howdy Modi in Houston, remember?
And
The stadium was full.
Trump.
Right, remember that?
He did Namaste Trump in India.
That was great. And we'll be going to India sometime in the future.
राष्ट्रपति जी आपसे मिलकर के बहुत खुशी हो रही है और पिछले वर्ष हम वाशिंगटन में मिले थे उसके बाद हमारे संबंधों में एक नई गति आई है नई ऊर्जा आई है और कई विषयों में हम बहुत मिल करके आगे चल रहे हैं
Well, thank you very much. We had some great meetings in France. The group of people used to be the G8, now it's the G7. I don't know if that was a good deal or not, but it's a G7, and we have a G2 coming up, and then we have a G20 coming up. You know what the G2 is, I think, most of you. But we had in particular some very good conversations with Prime Minister Modi, India, and we're doing trade deals. We're doing a lot of things. A lot of things are happening between the United States and India. The United States is doing the best we've ever done. We have over $19.2 trillion coming in, and we're building factories. We're building everything, and Prime Minister is building a lot in the United States. He's spending a lot of money in the United States, so we appreciate that, jobs. But I just want to say he's been my friend for a long time now, and we've always had a great relationship, and it's great to be with you. Thank you very much. Great to be with you.
Thank you.
Well, joining us now, somebody who keeps track on the India-US relationship very, very closely, Michael Kugelman. Michael, it's been a while since I've spoken to you. Quite clearly, the camaraderie was on track. A lot of good things were said. Do I, as a journalist, take President Trump at face value, or do I question every single thing that he said? How would you look at it as an analyst?
Well, I mean, first of all, the meeting between the two leaders is important. It's the first time they've met face-to-face since February 2025, soon after Trump came back to power and when the relationship was in a much better place. And the two leaders came out with a joint statement pledging all kinds of new cooperation. And I think so many of us thought that would be the case. But as you know, the relationship is in a very difficult place. And I don't think that the fact that the two men managed to meet at this summit will magically make the problems go away. There's still a lot of what I would describe as entrenched tensions in the relationship, which we could talk about if you like. And, what President Trump said was not surprising. And he likes to personalize his diplomacy. Not surprisingly, he spoke very highly of Prime Minister Modi. The two have a great chemistry and have had a great chemistry for quite some time. But just by saying that, Prime Minister Modi is a great leader, a great man, we have great relations with India, that's not going to make these big tensions in the relationship go away.
I suspect the big tension is going to be on sanctions, particularly if America reintroduces sanctions against India for the import of Russian oil. That's something that was put aside because of the war in West Asia. Do you believe that that's an immediate concern? In fact, I asked the US president about this. I asked him the specific question, and he deftly sidestepped. He said, no, we're going to have to wait and see what happens. To me, that was, he sidestepped. He didn't give an answer. So I think the next couple of days is going to determine the true extent of the friendship between India and the US.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad you asked that question. I think if we just look at the last few days, some of the issues that have crept into this relationship, the fact that the U.S. government, at least publicly, appeared not to take into consideration the significant concerns that India has about the safety of its sailors at sea because of U.S. policies vis-a-vis Iran. And then, of course, the U.S. Defense Secretary's announcement that Indo-PACOM is once again PACOM. That is not, of course, going to be taken well in India. So even as we talk about trying to move forward, and there have been a lot of important things that have happened in this relationship in a good way over the last few months, it seems that just when we think things are turning a corner, we have a new issue, a new problem. And, for me, I fear that that's in part because the Trump administration does not view the relationship with India as a strategic relationship in ways we saw with the last few presidents, Biden, the previous Trump, as well as Obama, and even going back to Bush, arguably. So I think this is certainly another challenge for the relationship moving forward.
Why have they dropped Indo from PACOM? I mean, what's the sense in that? Is it because Indo-PACOM is simply geographically too large an area? Is it because they want the focus back on China and sort of deal with this entire vast region separately? I mean, I would see sense in that. But how would you look at it?
Well, yeah, this is a recent announcement, so I'm still trying to get a sense of that too. And in terms of what we saw from the Pentagon, it appears to be the idea is to honor history, and the importance of U.S. relations with its specific partners and so on. But that goes against the policy trajectory in Washington over the last decade plus, going back to Barack Obama. We saw U.S. policy strategy documents that were describing the Indian Ocean as a strategically significant ocean. And indeed, we've seen it described as the second most strategically significant ocean for the U.S. after the Pacific Ocean. So this seems to go against the policy of what we've seen the last decade or so. But then again, so much of what this Trump administration has been doing in terms of policy has flown in the face of what's been standard for the last decade plus.
The trade deal, the obvious question, that seems to be something that's going to happen. I guess for me, the big takeaway in the India-US process is going to be the trade deal. It clearly benefits both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And here it seems like we've been hearing for months that they're so close to a deal. And one could say, all right, if we're hearing that, that must mean that they're close. But then again, isn't it concerning that we've been hearing for so long that they're so close and yet there's still no deal? So I think we still have to be a bit skeptical. But based on what we've heard from the U.S. ambassador in India, Sergio Gore, he's been saying for quite some time that a deal is close. He knows what's going on for sure. He's very close to the president, so he knows exactly what's happening. So I'd like to think that we will finally see a deal in the days or perhaps the weeks ahead. That would be a nice boost for the relationship. A trade deal is something that could help. This is a relationship that could benefit from a few confidence building measures. Even if as things have gotten better and stabilized a bit in recent months, they stand to, they need another boost. And if there's a trade deal, that might open up possibilities, although I'd say not a significant possibility, but a possible possibility for a U.S. presidential visit to India later this year, particularly if combined with a Quad summit in which President Trump can celebrate this new trade deal. But I wouldn't go too far in making that prediction.
The issue of mariners, sailors who were killed recently in the Strait of Hormuz also came up. In fact, it was a Doordarshan correspondent who asked that question, a very direct question, on whether the US president was willing to pay condolences for the loss of life. Now, I did see Trump. Trump didn't offer an apology, right? He didn't, but he didn't exactly dismiss the question either. So I suppose if India's intention was to convey to Washington in strong terms that, look, this was just not done, I would suggest that has been achieved over here at the G7.
Right. And of course, we don't know what messages might have been delivered privately from the U.S. to India. Those condolence apology messages might have been delivered privately, but indeed, what we've heard publicly has been striking. Yeah, I think that for the Trump administration, it needs to show that it's maintaining a hard line on Iran. And in that sense, it needs to emphasize how important it is that every country fall into line, whether it's a close friend, a close U.S. friend or what, to respect these U.S. regulations. But absolutely, as I said before, this is, I think, the latest reminder of how fragile this relationship remains right now.
The Iran situation, West Asia, are you optimistic that when I go to Luzerne on Friday, I'll come back with a message of peace, report a message of peace?
Well, I like to think that we're there. It seems that finally all the sides have said that we're there. The Iranians have essentially said that they're on with it. So, of course, that we don't know what could come. The war is over for now, thank goodness. But I will say this about President Trump: he takes very uncharacteristic views toward traditional U.S. rivals such as North Korea, Russia, China. He sought to reach out to all of them. He's always taken a very hostile view toward Iran. So even though he's pursued this deal because he wanted to end the U.S. involvement in what's a very unpopular war in the U.S., one can't rule out later in his administration some type of U.S. policy that raises the risk of escalation, tensions anew with Iran. And clearly, that's not what that region needs. It's not what the world needs.
When do you expect Trump to visit India? You made an interesting point that it could be for a Quad meeting in the future and then make a big announcement on the trade deal. Is that what you're looking at?
I wouldn't bet on that. I mean, the fact that he met with Prime Minister Modi now, I think makes it less urgent from his perspective to travel all the way to India to see Modi again. But I do think that he would only go to India if he has something big to announce or celebrate, including a trade deal. But I think it would ideally also be linked to the Quad Leader Summit, which, as you know, is overdue to take place. You know, the Quad clearly has lost momentum in recent months. No indications that there's any impending view that that Quad Summit will happen. But if they could be combined together, that would be good. I mean, it was, of course, President Trump himself that revitalized the Quad during his first administration.
Yep.
He's shown much less interested in it now, particularly as the U.S. view toward China has become more ambiguous. So, as I said, that would be a big boost for the relationship if Trump went to India. But I wouldn't necessarily count on it given how things are looking now, at least in terms of a trip this year.
You know, I did interview the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, in Delhi a couple of weeks back, and I asked him about the Quad. And I said that, you know, it's not really as big as it once was. What went wrong? And he didn't like that question. And he said, who said that it's not as big? And who said that we aren't interested and important? He was quite vociferous on that point. So I do expect that, you know, the Quad is going to really come back in a very big way. Do you expect that India and the United States can rally around the Quad as they've done in the past?
Well, I mean, as you know, even though it's never stated publicly, we know that the issue that the Quad is about is countering China, and it was revitalized in great part because all four Quad countries saw their relations with China plunge to new lows. And you know, the Trump administration this time around has taken a very ambiguous position toward China, where at times it suggests that it wants to reach an understanding with Beijing. And if that's the case, I think it might be difficult for there to be a strategic motivation, at least in the White House, to get the Quad back on track. But I certainly think in wider Washington and the broader DC policy circles, the Quad is important because there is a strong view that China remains a significant competitor of the United States, and there's bipartisan agreement around this issue in Washington. So yeah, I mean the Quad might be down, but I don't think it's out from a U.S. perspective, or at least from the perspective of the Trump White House.
Just one more question, Michael, as we look at this visit. And I know I'm flitting from topic to topic, but given the fact that these very important talks are going to be taking place in Lausanne, not talks, but a process towards, the contours of a peace deal in Lausanne on Friday, I spoke to the Israeli Deputy Foreign Minister yesterday, and she told me in no unclear terms that if there is an attack on Israel in the future, whether it's from Iran or Hezbollah, then then Israel was going to respond. No two ways about it. Do you therefore believe that the process going forward, in terms of a lasting peace, is, it's dodgy at one level?
Oh, absolutely. It's very fragile. And clearly the U.S. had very different intentions in this war than the Israelis did. I mean, the Israelis clearly have a desire to affect very different types of outcomes than the Trump administration. Even though President Trump initially said that this was a regime change operation, that clearly was not the view in Washington. The U.S. was happy to pull out when it saw that the time was right. Israel takes a very different position. So this is why this peace deal is going to be very fragile. And here I think is where India as a diplomatic player can be important. India, of course, has fast growing ties with Israel. It's, I would argue, one of its fastest growing relationships on the whole. And India clearly has a strong interest in there not being an outbreak of war again in the Middle East. So hopefully India will be able to leverage its relationship with the Israelis as well as with its GCC partners and other close friends in the Middle East to engage and make these pitches for dialogue, diplomacy, and those types of messages. But yeah, absolutely, we cannot rule out a new escalation given the Israel factor. If it's attacked, one could understand that it would want to retaliate, and that could lead to further escalation risks.
All right, Michael, great speaking to you. Thanks very much for being with us. I'm now joined by Puneet Ahluwalia, a Republican business and political strategist and a former candidate for Lieutenant Governor of Virginia. Thank you very much, Puneet, for being with us. It's great that the President and the Prime Minister met. How do you see, the talks and the press conference which followed? As a journalist, I'm a bit skeptical about whether everything can be achieved and everything is hunky-dory, but on the face of it, things certainly are.
Vishnu, welcome to United States. And no, I'm glad at least the conversation is going. I think we can bridge most of the issues through conversation and diplomacy. And I think United States does realize and recognize India as a strong partner and an ally. It all depends on the leadership in India, how you view the United States, because it's very disappointing at times to see the bashing of the United States and President Trump by the Indian media, I think, which is not fair and doesn't stand correctly as we see India as a strong ally. But is India the only partner for us? No. We look at South Asia as a whole. We look at the entire United States, all allies and friends of the United States as our partners. So we will work through issues by issues and try to solve those issues with nations who are looking to engage with us on similar values, on similar goals which this administration has.
You know, Puneet, I disagree with you somewhat because I think on the issue of Indian national scale in the Strait of Hormuz, something that took place a couple of days back, there has been a great deal of outrage in India saying that if America are strategic partners, then how is it that American warships, went and fired on a ship where they knew there were Indians on board? I know there's been a bit of a back and forth on this, but the common person doesn't understand. People who've been told that America is a friend would sort of see this situation and ask, why did they hit us? Why did they attack us? Wouldn't America have responded the same way had the reverse been true?
Vishnu, I understand there are certain things which most common people do not understand and get to see what's behind the scene. As a nation which is involved in a very strategic war in the Middle East, I think our government, our leadership is looking to find a way to de-escalate the issue of wars in Europe and in the Middle East. So I think when we are looking very focused, very laser focused, our focus is to find a way to find peace, which thanks to President Trump and the leadership in working, I would say Rubio and JD Vance have done an exceptional job in finding peace. And I think that's what we are trying to move towards. In fact, President Trump's goal is to be the greatest peacemaker of the world and find ways to have businesses done and exchange. And that's the reason the deal offered to Iran is more about peace and be a good player or a right actor so that you can participate in the larger scheme and we can have, again, robust relationship with the Iranian people. And that's what we want with India. That's what we want with Pakistan too. So we want good allies and good partners, which, again, are working on similar wavelength and value system. And I do understand and respect that India has its own national security issues and agendas to worry about. But again, I think through dialogue and conversations, we can achieve those.
All right, Puneet, just again, thanks very much for that. But it's not an agenda if people are being killed by friends. But we leave it over there. Hopefully this issue will be resolved, if at all it can be. Let me go across this stage to Ambassador Atul Keshav. He's really somebody, and I say this all the time because I mean it, built the relationship in recent years between America and India. Ambassador Keshav, you work very closely on, with USIBC to try and push through the trade deal. And it does appear that in a finite period of time, that trade deal will happen. Based on Ambassador Sergio Gore's latest statements and based on what Donald Trump, the US president, had to say today, would you say that it's just a matter of time?
I do think it's a matter of time. Vishnu, it's always great to see you. Thank you for the opportunity, because the US and India have no choice. I'm very greatly relieved and pleased by the meeting that the two leaders have. I think both sides realize that they have a collective challenge. The US and India are partners together in a absolutely ferocious foot race on artificial intelligence. And the only other competitor is the People's Republic of China. So for me, AI is not just artificial intelligence, it's America, India. And getting that trade deal done is very important for powering that partnership on AI and on many other things besides. India is doing a great job of stitching up trade agreements. The one with the US is sorely overdue. Ambassador Gore says we're very close. I very keenly hope that we will cross the finish line soon because our strategic and economic futures depend on it.
All right. Let's take a look at a couple of the other points. When I asked the president a question on whether there would be renewed sanctions on India because of our continued import of Russian oil, he definitely sidestepped the question. Normally, President Trump is rather direct when you ask him whatever it is that you want to ask him, but he was very, very diplomatic on this answer. I was thinking to myself, is that really President Trump answering that question?
But that's going to be a problem going forward, and a serious economic one, I dare say, for India.
So the US and India have in the past had productive negotiations and have come to useful understandings about Russian oil. If you think about it, there was an agreement on price caps that was important for helping stabilize the global economy, reducing food and fuel inflation, and helping keep the Indian economy booming as it has been, and also ensuring that refined oil products got to Europe and America and other partners and allies. So it is not without precedent that the US and India have had good and useful discussions on this. And I think that with the visuals coming out of Evian of the president and the prime minister showing their friendship and their mutual regard, I have hope that we can work through these things. Look, meeting is critical. The two leaders haven't met since February of 2025. We've had kind of a tough negotiation, as one would expect, between two great and messy democracies on the trade agreement. Let us hope that that agreement can also encompass some other elements that are important for keeping the global economy and the global energy market stable.
All right. Well, Ambassador Keshav, I'm just trying to look ahead. One of the big concerns has been the Quad. Now, when I asked the U.S. Secretary of State some time back about the Quad in an interview just a few days back, in fact, in New Delhi, he said, whoever said that America doesn't take the Quad seriously didn't like that question at all. Do you believe that if there is a future Quad summit, there's bound to be, that would be an occasion for the U.S. president to visit India and perhaps announce a big trade deal? Because I don't see Donald Trump coming to New Delhi or anywhere else in India unless there's something big to announce.
Well, look, we've had visits in both directions that were not linked to some massive announcement or deliverable. So the precedent does exist. In the world of diplomacy, things can change on a dime. But what doesn't change is the mutual relevance of the United States and India. And I think the two governments have rediscovered that in the past few days, if not hours, that we are partners, we are natural allies. There is a great deal of complementarity in our economies. The business community is investing and making deals at a magnificent pace between the United States and India because of all of the great complementarities. And then when you build that out into the Indo-Pacific, we are very greatly aligned in our shared outlook. So I think there's always possibility. We can't predict what may happen in the future. I can't say that a presidential visit would be linked to a signing of a trade agreement. But personally speaking, as someone that has spent a lot of time on this relationship, I want all of those things to happen. Not only the trade agreement, not only the Quad Leaders Summit in India or wherever else, but also a very ambitious vision between Delhi and Washington of what they want to achieve in the Indo-Pacific. The old joke when I was in government that we told amongst ourselves was that the Quad was the United States and India working to see whether they would become partners and allies while Canberra and Tokyo watched approvingly. So I'm hoping that we will see further movement. And I actually applaud both governments for the serious work they did during Secretary Rubio's visit. There were some great announcements about Quad projects going forward. I'm always optimistic, and I think there's good chance that we may see what you suggested in your question.
I'm going to prod you at some stage to come up with all your great stories about engaging India from a U.S. standpoint, but that'll be for another interview, I guess. Thanks very much, Ambassador Keshav, for being with us. I'm going to move on now. I'm joined by Timothy Romo, the former U.S. member of Congress. Mr. Romo, thank you very much for being with us. Could you give us your sense of the meeting that's taken place today here in Evian? Glass half empty or glass half full? Where do you assess the relationship between India and America present?
Well, Vishnu, good to see you. And I'm glad you're on the ground right there in France covering everything. 2 points
but
before
I talk about the... That I should have been in Chennai because it's hotter in Chennai. And I beg your pardon, it's hotter over here in Evian and certainly more humid than it is in Chennai in my hometown of Calcutta. Think about it. But go right ahead.
Well, yeah, your hometown is a beautiful place, and I've been to Chennai many times as well, and the food down there is delicious, so I get a little ocean breeze. But anyway, 2 things before I comment on the meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. First of all, congratulations to Prime Minister Modi as the longest serving Prime Minister in the history of India now, overtaking the time that Prime Minister Nehru had been elected. The people of India have elected Mr. Modi. So congratulations to him and to the people of India. Also, my sincere and heartfelt condolences and sympathies to the 3 families in India that lost their loved ones in the accident in the Straits of Hormuz. Hopefully, things will rebound and we'll have an agreement soon to bring peace to that area of the world. With regard to the meeting that just took place minutes ago, well, President Trump did not hug Mr. Modi as he's had in the past. There was plenty of poetry and plenty of praise. This is a relationship that has some problems in it. We need a trade deal. We got to get this over the finish line. We have some problems with immigration due to Trump policies and some self-inflicted wounds. Students coming from India to the United States are down by 40% in the last year and a half. That's not a good trend for India or America. Let's try to fix that, and let's fix the H-1B skilled visa issue so the United States can get skilled workers into the United States that don't take other jobs, but actually create more jobs for Americans. Let's try to get through this whole energy and oil issue that we are confronted with, whether it's from constricted supplies of energy coming out of the Straits of Hormuz or whether it's energy and oil coming from Russia. Let's sit down, work out these problems so that we can get to deepening the relationship with India in the Quad, deepening the relationship with India on AI, deepening the relationship with India on supply chains that are critical to health safety and national security in the future, cybersecurity agreements that we can come to in the future. These are all sitting there waiting for us to navigate through and address some of these festering issues that, quite frankly, have been kind of self-inflicted wounds by the Trump administration on the relationship. Let's make sure we solve these problems so that we can move on to getting this bipartisan support for the relationship between India and the United States of America that is truly one of the most important geostrategic relationships in the world.
Ambassador Robert, it's the issue of possible new sanctions against India for the import of Russian oil, which is going to be a real problem. Everything that's taken place in Evian today, all the warm, cordial, conversations, the banter, President Trump in a great mood, talking up the India relationship, talking up his friendship, telling me in answer to a question I asked him that if anybody attacks India, I'm going to come. The US is going to come and defend India as long as Modi remains prime minister. Everything is going to be forgotten the moment America says you're back on sanctions on the import of Russian oil. Is that going to be a real problem for you if that happens?
It's a problem, Vishnu, on both sides. When I go up to Capitol Hill and talk to members of Congress, and I go to talk to people of the executive branch or the American people in general, public opinion, the oil issue with Russia is an issue. I also understand and am sympathetic to some degree for India with these excessive tariffs. Look, tariffs are part of some solutions to tough negotiations on trade, but to a close, strategic, dear friend like India, you don't slap 50% tariffs on them. You don't keep finding new ways to invent tariffs on India. Let's keep existing tariffs that were there before August of last year so we can negotiate a trade agreement. Let's not come up with new ones. Let's get this trade agreement over the finish line. Let's resolve some of the immigration issues. Let's try to get to the bottom of the oil issue with Russia. And let's move into all these other things that we need to do to deepen and strengthen and improve the relationship. You mentioned that Mr. Trump said he would defend India. Look, that goes back. Yeah. President Kennedy defended India from China back in the border incursion and the war back then. The United States has always and will always have India's interests. When I served in India, we came up with brand new defense agreements, brand new homeland security agreements, brand new counterterrorism agreements between our two countries to better protect ourselves and working together. So that's always been a firm bond in our relationship. That will continue to be.
Except 1971 is what I was trying to say when the Sixth Fleet sailed into the Bay of Bengal. But those were dark times. Yes, absolutely. Things have changed since then. I'm also joined at this stage by Aaron David Miller, Senior Fellow at American Statecraft Program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Thank you, Mr. Miller, very much for being with us. How important is India to the United States genuinely? I mean, besides all the flattery, it just strikes me that when Ambassador Roma was ambassador to New Delhi, America perhaps valued India more than it does now.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about India, but I was under the impression that we were going to talk U.S.-Iran. This is not my area. We'll talk about that in a moment. I'll leave it to your guest, the ambassador, to comment on the U.S.-India.
So let me ask you, Mr. Miller, fair enough. I can segue quite easily onto that topic because that was a pressing issue discussed between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi as well. I'm over here in France, and I'll be in Lausanne on Friday. I'm just curious to know whether you believe that this would be the start of a lasting peace, because when I spoke to the Israeli Deputy Foreign Minister yesterday, she told me that, look, if Iran or Hezbollah ever attack Israel, then Israel will respond. Would this not make it a very tenuous peace process?
First of all, we're not talking about anything that even remotely resembles a peaceful, normalized relationship between the Islamic Republic of Iran and a half a dozen Republican or Democratic administrations. I worked and voted for Democrats and Republicans. I did Middle East stuff in every administration, Jimmy Carter to Bush 43, and I'll throw in Obama and Biden. At best, we're talking about the conclusion of a transaction, not a transformation. Mm-hmm. We have to give up on the notion that somehow half-century-old conflict between this particular regime or its predecessor and the United States, Republican or Democrat, is somehow going to herald a new relationship. You have a repressive, brutal, authoritarian regime in Tehran. It has, in my judgment, inflicted a strategic defeat on Israel. It has weaponized geography. The Straits of Hormuz, if I were an oil producer, I would be doing exactly what the Emiratis and the Saudis are doing, which is finding additional routes to transport. Natural gas is going to be a problem. But Iran can close the straits anytime it wants. It has demonstrated horizontal escalation. The regime has survived, to say the least. So we're talking, and we have been talking throughout the history of the U.S.-Iranian relationship, about a series of transactions. The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action was a transaction. It was not a transformation. And the MOU, I've had my fair share of drafting these things on behalf of the United States. Frankly, reading this thing, the text is not yet out. There are a number of copies, or at least iterations, circulating. The Iranians clearly had much better lawyers than we did, because this MOU strikes me as incredibly advantageous, very short on nukes, but very large on economic and financial remuneration.
Yeah. Well, let's see what finally takes place. I'd like to thank both of you very much for joining us, because we've got some breaking news coming in. I'd like to move on to that. And there's an important message which is coming from the UK, the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, that of a date when the very important UK-India trade partnership, the trade alliance, will come into place. It's a huge deal. The free trade agreement between India and the United Kingdom. I'm joined now by my colleague Aditya Rajkol. Aditya, fill me in on the details. What's expected and when?
Well, it's a big development, that too coming at a time when Prime Minister just met Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister,
on the sidelines of the G7. We've had a statement from India's Commerce and Industry Ministry as well as from the British High Commission indicating now and announcing that the free trade agreement, the comprehensive free trade agreement that was agreed upon between India and UK will finally be implemented on July 15. It's a huge development coming in. Remember, Vishnu, last year we had Keir Starmer, in fact, just a few months ago, visiting Mumbai with a huge delegation of over 100 technocrats, business leaders from the UK, and this gives a fresh impetus, a fresh momentum to the trade, economic ties and commerce between United Kingdom and India. There's been a tweet by Prime Minister Narendra Modi also saying that he's delighted and welcomes the announcement of the implementation, and certainly this will encourage different sectors, but also from artificial intelligence to technology to other sectors. This will clearly be a win-win both for India as well as UK.
All right, Aditya, thanks very much for joining us with that. That's something we're going to track very, very closely indeed. But for now, as this G7 summit comes to an end over here in Evian in France, I thought it would be interesting to put together a package of some of the key moments. It's been very, very important, not just for India, but for so many countries who are participating over here. It comes at a particularly challenging time in international relations, with the war hopefully coming to an end in West Asia, but the Russia-Ukraine war showing no signs of coming to an end. There are economic challenges as well. There's an oil shock which is taking place. There are so many key issues. Let's take a look at some of the key moments of the G7 summit. We've also had those fantastic, spectacular engagements between Prime Minister Modi and several leaders.
Everybody? They are always ready.
The G7 summit is making headlines for both memorandums and memes. Here's a look at some of the most viral moments. The most viral moment had to be about the Modi-Meloni equation. In a light-hearted moment at the G7 summit, Meloni was seen addressing herself and Prime Minister Modi as the most famous couple on Instagram, a move that has added on to existing fan shipping. Next came the White House UFC match. President Trump carried his beloved event to the G7 summit, if not literally, then in conversations. Trump was seen in conversation with French President Emmanuel Macron, asking or rather making sure that the French leader had watched the match.
So I want to congratulate the president. Last night, Cyril Gane won the fight against a great fighter, supposed to be unbeatable, and that was it. Cyril is from France. Did you watch the fight?
Yeah, not in direct, but I saw it this morning.
That was a great fight. It was a great evening at the White House.
I was very proud, Cyril.
However, Meloni's fight was not restricted to wearing ties. It seems the Italian PM also fought and won another battle, one against smoking.
Had a cigarette?
No.
No. Georgia. When? No. Last night.
These viral moments were not restricted to the guests. The president of the host nation, Emmanuel Macron, left his watch, or rather lost his watch. However, the guest nation leaders soon came to the rescue.
So, where's the president of the G7?
He left his watch.
He left. He left. He lost.
Got his watch.
G7 continues to remain one of the topmost world conferences. But besides the MOUs, the summit has another thing to offer, tons of memes. Bureau Report, NDTV World.
All right, well, it is the G7 coming to an end over here in Evian in France. The focus as far as India is concerned shifts now to Paris. That's going to be the last leg of Prime Minister Modi's visit to France. I think he's already flown by now, or he will very shortly, from Evian to Geneva, and then from Geneva he flies on to Paris. And at the end of that very important meeting, he returns to India. But I'll be here for the next couple of days looking ahead at that all-important meeting in Lausanne, which is going to be taking place between Iran and the United States. The contours of a lasting peace between both sides, will it happen? We'll have to wait and see. For the moment, from the entire team, good night.
President Trump, what about the import of Russian oil? Sanctions on the import of oil.
We are looking at that. We're seeing how far the price of oil comes down. It's really tumbling. It's, I guess, 74, 75 right now. So it's down. It's soon going to be at the number that it was 4 months ago. It's pretty amazing. And on top of that, we will have an Iran without a nuclear weapon, which I can tell you the Prime Minister feels very strongly about that, too.
Can you speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States?
I think it's a great relationship. I can tell you this. If anybody attacks that man, we're going to be there.
समर में बाल्टी तो चाहिए फॉर योर पसीना बाल्टी और मॉनसून में बाल्टी तो चाहिए फॉर छत
where the software engineer with a big idea meets the smart market analyst, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind you, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first, virality. Without a hook, no way. The message is clear. It's 2026. You gotta be real in a world of reels. You gotta be original in a world where everything seems generated. That's it. That's what we're looking for. The best campaigns, the hottest trends, the smartest brand moves on our new show. But wait, what do we call it? The Hook.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज
NDTV tops the Reuters Institute India Reach Rankings again. Number 1 in offline and online news reach. For the 6th year in a row, audiences continue to choose NDTV across television and digital. NDTV, trusted across every screen. From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
You're watching NDTV 24/7. The hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challengers in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact,
Padmata Joshi, managing editor and primetime anchor.
then news has influence. The buck stops here with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge validation, very rewarding, and I'm pretty certain that Team NDTV will go from strength to strength.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Saigal of Saturday.
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Saigal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
Landed in the beautiful state of Andhra Pradesh, which has no shortage of its own superstars, and that's why it's our pleasure to be joined today on NDTV by Pawan Kalyan, the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Good to have you, sir. You were recently denied permission, sir, on Telangana Formation Day.
I think somehow they're scared. Otherwise, there is no need for them to deny permission.
Is the India bloc, up on its last legs?
I had seen in my family, they were very strong supporters of Congress. As long Indira Gandhi was, even to an extent Rajiv Gandhi was there, they could slowly, but the disconnect started because of their policies. I really expected some kind of a greater understanding when this man, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, if I go and meet people, that gives me a very greater understanding, greater depth. But I felt after walking from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, and the way he understood, then I said he has become more shallow.
It was genuinely a first day, first show kind of perfect political storm for Vijay. What went through your mind when you saw it unfold?
I came into politics in 2007, and from then...
2 decades.
2 decades.
Yeah, amazing.
And it was a tough journey for me, and sometimes I felt like giving up, sometimes I feel like, why the hell I was in politics. I wish I could have such kind of smooth journey like Mr. Vijay. In that way, I said, okay, I was envious.
Yeah. You have a good relationship with the BJP, and especially with Prime Minister Modi.
This man is the future of our country, and we need it.
This is the show where we bring you all the hot and happenings from the world of entertainment and lifestyle.
Really?
Fashion that made you gag. Films that made you fangirl. Art that made it to the gram, and trends that kept us with the program.
Let's get it.
Hello and welcome to a brand new show. I am your host Mayank Chaudhary, and this is Limelight.
Front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. INS Vikrant. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
5 hours to go for all of DKS's dreams to come true. I'm going to try and get more into the crowds. Here are the pictures, Siddaramaiah. NDTV stands completely engaged with Karnataka.
High rate, check the audio. High rate, check the audio.
Let's do it. Let's start.
Breaking story, we're jumping straight into it.
We've got a picture of the letter what is in your letter. You can never predict what's going to happen in Tamil Nadu politics. 21 days in Kashmir. Unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. For a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude. We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
The focus of the world over the next several days is going to be on Switzerland and France. France because of the G7 summit. That's where Prime Minister Modi meets the US President. It's been a testy relationship of late, but there's a real sense that both sides want to fix it. But it's here in Geneva, Switzerland, where I am right now, that on Friday, there is an expectation that the war in West Asia may indeed come to an end. Will Iran and America sign on to that declaration that can change the lives of billions across the world?
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind you, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do scripts? Fair point. Picture this. The biggest stage. Floodlights. Wow. 4K. The works. Where's the hook? There's going to be celebrities and guaranteed eyeballs. Where's the hook? Think about this. Front page advertisements and hoardings. Bro, where's the hook? Cross-platform, digital first.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Left, Right and Centre with me, Raisha Saigal. Our top focus is, of course, the Trump-Modi meet with big statements coming out of both the leaders and consensus on major issues like trade and, of course, the death of 3 Indian seafarers, which the Prime Minister raised during his meet with the US President a short while ago. We'll be tracking that very closely with, of course, my colleague Vishnu Som joining us live from France. But first, the headlines. NDTV scoops the biggest headline from the Modi-Trump bilateral. US President tells NDTV's Vishnu Som that America will defend India if it's attacked as long as Prime Minister Modi is the leader. Prime Minister Modi raises the issue of seafarers' safety after 3 Indians were killed in US strikes in the Strait of Hormuz. Prime Minister says safety of the sea route is crucial. Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump exude confidence about India-US trade deal. Trump calls Prime Minister Modi a killer negotiator. As per sources, at least 6 UBT MPs are set to meet Lok Sabha Speaker to submit their letter, while Uddhav camp claims that no MP will jump ship. And we're starting off with some breaking news right now. US President Donald Trump speaks at the G7 conference. Trump asserts that the Iran deal will open the Strait of Hormuz. Trump also says that the deal with Iran to be signed likely tomorrow. He goes on to say that the new Iranian group is far less radicalized. He also asserts that the world leaders stock market happy with the deal. This is, of course, the US President Donald Trump asserting on how there is a peace deal between US and Iran, which will be signed shortly tomorrow, maybe the next day. Hasn't given a proper timeline. We do know that the MOU will be announced on Friday, but the US President is saying that the peace deal with Iran will likely be signed tomorrow. At this point of time, he also says the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. Remember the contours of the peace deal between Iran and the US, in which US has also lifted the naval blockade. Trump also goes on to say, this is his statement on the sidelines of the G7 summit in Evian in France, where he says that the world leaders are thrilled that the US has made a deal. And he goes on to say, I'm quoting what the US President Donald Trump has said, if I did not kill General Soleimani, we probably would not be talking right now about this deal, because he was a mad genius. They were never able to replace him. Of course, Trump also asserts that the new leadership in Iran is less radicalized, and he goes on to say that the deal will be signed tomorrow or maybe day after. He goes on to say that the world leaders are extremely happy with the peace deal. Remember, Prime Minister Modi also praised Trump a short while ago on the Iran peace deal. Take a listen.
They didn't have their Navy, it's sunk. They didn't have their Air Force, it's gone, not one plane. They didn't have anti-aircraft equipment, so we got free reign. They didn't have their leaders. But they have a new group of leaders that I think is, actually, I think they're smarter. I think they're very smart. I think they're far less radicalized, and I think they're really good. They love their country. You know, you talk about regime change. Nobody will say that, but I guess that's, look, their one set of leaders is all gone. Their second set of leaders is all gone. Their third set of leaders a little bit gone, but for the most part, and frankly, I think that's regime change. I think they're going to behave much differently. I think they see a different way of life. They can never have a nuclear weapon. At the same time, with this announcement, or close to it, as people started to think it was going to happen when Iran was making some very positive statements, the stock market has surged to record highs, picking up thousands of points over the last short period of time, thousands of points. And oil is dropping like it has never dropped before, at levels that went in numbers down $7, down $8. They've never seen anything like that. But if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. You would never have success. Your market would have, instead of going up at levels that nobody's ever seen before, would go down at levels that nobody ever saw before, maybe except for 1929 or whatever. The past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of this historic agreement with many of our closest friends and allies, including the G7 nations and many presidents and prime ministers. As you saw, Prime Minister Modi was here. We had a long talk. He's a great guy. They are thrilled that we made a deal, every one of them. There's not one nation that came to us and said, please, sir, keep dropping bombs on them. Please keep dropping bombs. The stupid people say that. This wasn't a 3-month deal. This was years in the making. You know why? Because I was the one that killed General Soleimani. And if I didn't kill General Soleimani, we probably wouldn't be talking right now about this deal, because he was a mad genius. They never were able to replace him. But a lot of people forget that. The tough guys, you know, the tough guys that would drive the country right down the tubes, didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about the possibility of peace, the stock market shot up like a rocket ship. It never went down. They didn't like it. The people, you know, the stock market is more brilliant than anybody there is, including the people on the stage, other than me, of course. Let's see. I don't know. What do you think, Scott? Is the stock market more brilliant than you?
No, sir.
Oh, that's a terrible statement. All right. The stock market is quite brilliant. And every time we said something amazing, like we're going to settle, it would go up. And every time we said something negative, like, guess what, we're not going to be able to settle, it would go down very big, Peter, right? Very, very big.
All right, a short while ago, we of course had the greatest bilateral there between Prime Minister Modi and the US President Donald Trump. They met on the sidelines of the G7 summit. And during the meet, Prime Minister Modi brought up the safety of Indian seafarers who make up 10% of global seafarers and stressed on its importance as well. Trump expressed concern over the deaths of 3 Indian seafarers and said that US is working on it. Remember, this meet between both the leaders comes just a week after the death of 3 Indian seafarers by the US Navy. Apart from raising this issue, Prime Minister Modi also thanked Trump for bringing peace to West Asia. The Prime Minister also called for ensuring safe shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Trump described Prime Minister Modi as a longtime friend and said that the 2 countries were engaged in trade negotiations as well, and asserted that a lot of good things are happening between US and India. Let's now take you through some of the big takeaways, some of the big statements coming out of that bilateral between India and the US, which has clearly gained momentum. First up, of course, the US President Donald Trump lauded Prime Minister Modi's leadership. Trump also said, "Will protect India if attacked." That big statement was the answer of NDTV's Vishnu Som, wherein he asked the US President about India-US defense ties, and Trump said that US will protect India if attacked. Apart from that, Prime Minister Modi also raised the issue of seafarers and said that the seafarers' welfare should be given a top priority. Trump again goes on to say he rather also praised Prime Minister Modi, apart from, of course, calling him a killer negotiator. Trump also said that Prime Minister Modi, a beautiful-looking, tough man. Prime Minister Modi also lauded Trump's leadership in West Asia crisis and, of course, thanked him for bringing peace in West Asia. Trump also signaled an upcoming India visit. And, of course, in the end, there was, of course, a huge step forward when it comes to the trade deal, which the interim trade deal, the first stage, is about to be discussed in a week's time. And, of course, PM and Trump confident on a trade deal. Apart from that, during the same press conference, NDTV's Vishnu Som asked some key pertinent questions on the major global issues, which the US President Donald Trump answered. Take a listen.
Can you speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States?
I think it's a great relationship. I can tell you this, without having a contract, we don't have a contract, you'd have to write contract, but if they were attacked, we would be there to help them. How is that? Is that a good statement? Okay, come here, man. If anybody attacks that man, we're going to be there. Now, if there's a new leader, I'm not sure about it. Okay. If there's a new leader, I don't know about that. But if they're attacked and he's the leader, we're going to be there to help.
President Trump, what about the import of Russian oil? Sanctions on the import of oil.
We are looking at that. We're seeing how far the price of oil comes down. It's really tumbling. It's, I guess, 74, 75 right now. So it's down. It's soon going to be at the number that it was 4 months ago. It's pretty amazing. And on top of that, we will have an Iran without a nuclear weapon, which I can tell you the Prime Minister feels very strongly about that, too.
राष्ट्रपति जी, आपसे मिलकर के बहुत खुशी हो रही है और पिछले वर्ष हम वाशिंगटन में मिले थे। उसके बाद हमारे संबंधों में एक नई गति आई है, नई ऊर्जा आई है और कई विषयों में हम बहुत मिल कर के आगे चल रहे हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, पश्चिम एशिया में शांति के जो प्रयास में प्रगति हुई है, इसके लिए मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूँ। आपके इन प्रयासों के कारण पश्चिम एशिया में शांति की एक नई किरण नजर आ रही है और हम आशा करते हैं कि चिरस्थायी शांति बनेगी। एक्सेलेंसी, आप और हम सभी इस बात से सहमत हैं कि हॉर्मुज का खुला रहना एक वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए बहुत ही अनिवार्य है। एक्सेलेंसी, हम हमेशा कहते रहे हैं कि फ्रीडम ऑफ नेविगेशन सुनिश्चित होना चाहिए और इस पर हम सब ने मिलकर के बल देना चाहिए। एक्सेलेंसी, आप जानते हैं कि मैरीटाइम ट्रेड की दुनिया में भारत के लाखों सी फेरर्स आज दुनिया के अलग अलग समुद्र में अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं, विश्व की प्रगति में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दे रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूं कि उनकी सुरक्षा भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। एक्सेलेंसी, समझौते के लिए शांति के प्रयासों में आपने भरपूर प्रयास किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि समझौते में सी फेरर की सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित होगी और उसको प्राथमिकता मिलेगी। एक्सेलेंसी, मैं फिर एक बार पश्चिम एशिया में शांति बहाल कराने के आपके भरसक प्रयासों का मैं पूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं और आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Lives of Indian sailors recently, sir, in American strikes. Any words of condolences for the grieving families, sir?
Yeah, I do. I heard about that. It's a rough profession. There's no question about it. And we work together on it. This has been happening throughout time, but we work together on it. Yeah, certainly. We love all of those people. They're great people. Yeah, please. Well, thank you very much. We had some great meetings in France. The group of people used to be the G8, now it's the G7. I don't know if that was a good deal or not, but it's a G7, and we have a G2 coming up, and then we have a G20 coming up. You know what the G2 is, I think, most of you. But we had in particular some very good conversations with Prime Minister Modi, India, and we're doing trade deals. We're doing a lot of things. A lot of things are happening between the United States and India. The United States is doing the best we've ever done. We have over $19.2 trillion coming in, and we're building factories, we're building everything, and Prime Minister is building a lot in the United States. He's spending a lot of money in the United States, so we appreciate that job. But I just want to say he's been my friend for a long time now, and we've always had a great relationship, and it's great to be with you. Thank you very much. Great to be with you.
Thank you.
How close are you to a U.S.-India trade deal?
Very close. We've been there for a little while, and he's a very tough negotiator. He's one of the toughest, actually. So you look at this man. I'll give you a lesson. He's the most beautiful-looking man. He looks so nice. He's like an angel. But actually, he's as tough as he's a killer. I don't want to. He's a killer. He's as tough as they come. But he looks so good. So he gets you by surprise. But there's few people like this. People say he's such a nice man. I said no, he's very tough. He's a tough trader, and he loves the Indian people, but he also loves the USA. We had Howdy Modi in Houston, remember? And the stadium was full. Right, remember that?
He did Namaste Trump in India.
That was great. And we'll be going to India sometime in the future.
Well, you heard both the leaders there praising each other, talking about partnerships. Let's now take you through the big takeaways of that meet. First up, of course, comes personal chemistry. Personal chemistry signals a reset in ties between India and the US. Second, Prime Minister Modi raises the seafarers' safety during his meet with the US President Donald Trump. Apart from that, Trump-Modi also positive on a trade deal breakthrough, with Trump also saying that India and the US are working together on various sectors. Apart from that, Trump also expressed confidence in Prime Minister Modi's leadership. Prime Minister Modi, in return, lauded Trump's efforts towards West Asia peace and, of course, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which Prime Minister Modi said is extremely important for India's economy. Let's now also tell you about the various issues which were addressed during that high-stakes bilateral. First up comes defense ties. Trump says that US will defend India if it is attacked. Second, seafarers' safety. Remember, the number of Indian seafarers around the world, they make up 10% of the seafarers globally. And Trump here also suggested that he felt sad about it, and he also said that it's perhaps a rough profession. Then Prime Minister Modi declared safety of seafarers a top priority during his meet with the US President. The third aspect is, of course, the trade deal. Trump said that both the sides have made good progress in trade deal. Trump also said that we are very close to a trade deal. And of course, fourth, reopening of the Strait. Yes, apart from trade deal, the next aspect is reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, where Prime Minister Modi emphasized that an open Hormuz is better for the global economy as well. Hence, these were some of the major issues which were addressed when both the leaders met. Apart from that, let's also now tell you what else happened during the G7 summit, where the world leaders came to the summit for serious discussions on geopolitics, trade and global security. But it was also the lighter moments that truly captured the internet's attention, from unexpected selfies and viral one-liners to warm hugs, candid laughs and diplomatic chemistry. The summit delivered plenty of shareable moments. Take a look.
Everybody? They are always ready. The G7 summit is making headlines for both memorandums and memes. Here's a look at some of the most viral moments. The most viral moment had to be about the Modi-Meloni equation. In a light-hearted moment at the G7 summit, Meloni was seen addressing herself and Prime Minister Modi as the most famous couple on Instagram, a move that has added on to existing fan shipping. Next came the White House UFC match. President Trump carried his beloved event to the G7 summit, if not literally, then in conversations. Trump was seen in conversation with French President Emmanuel Macron, asking or rather making sure that the French leader had watched the match.
So I want to congratulate the president. Last night, Cyril Gane won the fight against a great fighter, supposed to be unbeatable. And that was it. Cyril is from France. Did you watch the fight?
Yeah. Not in direct, but I saw it this morning.
That was a great fight. It was a great evening at the White House.
I was very proud, Cyril.
However, Meloni's fight was not restricted to wearing ties. It seems the Italian PM also fought and won another battle, one against smoking. Had a cigarette?
No.
You started. No. Georgia. When? No. Last night. These viral moments were not restricted to the guests. The president of the host nation, Emmanuel Macron, left his watch, or rather lost his watch. However, the guest nation leaders soon came to the rescue.
So, where's the president of the G7?
No, he's left his watch.
He left. He left. He lost.
He's got his watch. G7 continues to remain one of the topmost world conferences. But besides the MOUs, the summit has another thing to offer: tons of memes. Bureau Report, NDTV World.
And we have some breaking news coming in for you. Prime Minister Modi has taken to X and he has rather spoken about his meet with the US President Donald Trump in France. I'm quoting what Prime Minister Modi has clearly said. He says, "Pleased to meet President Trump in France. We reviewed the sustained progress in our bilateral cooperation in trade, energy, defense technology and people-to-people ties. Conveyed India's appreciation on the progress in the efforts for restoring peace and stability in West Asia. Keeping the Strait of Hormuz open is extremely important for the global economy," and also asserted the importance of ensuring the safety and security of civilians, including seafarers. And that's the picture as well, which Prime Minister Modi has uploaded on his X account of his meet with the US President Donald Trump on the sidelines of the G7 summit. A lot of issues were discussed. A lot of issues were also ironed out, from the issue of the seafarers' safety, trade deal, tariffs, opening of the Strait of Hormuz as well. Remember that very warm handshake between both the leaders, and Trump also praising Prime Minister Modi and his leadership and further calling him a killer negotiator. On a lighter moment, Trump also appreciated Prime Minister Modi's beautiful face. And Prime Minister Modi in return praised Trump for getting peace in West Asia. Prime Minister Modi also said, reviewed various issues from trade, energy, technology, which was also discussed, and also appreciated the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. A short while ago, of course, Trump said that the deal between Iran and the US can be signed tomorrow or day after as well. But this was the high-stakes bilateral that the world was watching. After this meet comes after 16 months. The last time Prime Minister Modi and the US President Donald Trump met was almost a year and a half ago. And it was, of course, testy relations between both the countries. But with this meeting, with the statements coming out from US and India, it perhaps is a huge jump forward, a reset in ties between India and US, a big boost when it comes to trade as well, with Trump also saying that a deal will be signed with India. And the other big news maker is, of course, NDTV, with NDTV's Vishnu Som also asking Trump on India-US defense ties, and Trump saying that US will defend India if attacked. All right, staying on with the story now. Who says diplomacy cannot come with punchlines? US President Donald Trump walked into the G7 working session and instantly broke the ice, declaring, "I am the boss." The remark drew laughter from leaders around the table, setting a lighter tone before serious discussions began.
Hello, I'm the boss. How are you? Good, thank you.
The internet's favorite diplomatic duo is back just a day after Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni jokingly referred to herself and Prime Minister Modi as the most famous couple. The two leaders reunited at the G7 working session. In a candid moment, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni revealed that she has quit smoking, no treaties signed, no declarations issued, just a victory over nicotine. At a summit packed with global challenges, this may well be one resolution that she has made.
In a cigarette. Wake up. And a cigarette.
No.
You started. No. Georgia. When? No. Last night. In a cigarette.
Wake up.
And a cigarette.
No. You started.
No. Georgia. When?
A small moment, but one that's grabbing attention online. During the G7 leaders' photo op, Prime Minister Modi was seen lending a helping hand to Trump as the US president stepped onto the podium. It was meant to be a routine photo op at the G7, but when a photographer asked the assembled leaders, "Everyone ready?" Prime Minister Modi couldn't resist a quick one-liner, "We are always ready," he replied, drawing smiles from those around him.
You have everybody?
They are always ready.
You have everybody?
They are always ready.
On that note, we are slipping into a very short break. Come right back. News and updates continues here on NDTV 24/7.
Where the software engineer with a big idea meets the smart market analyst, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind you, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one.